You all right, Kaden? You are. Hey, hey. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hey, Caro. Good morning to everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Hey, Allie Steele. Hey, spiritual sweetie. Hey, Suge. Good morning. Hey, Truffy, how are you? And Flojo, what's going on? Getting Crystal C. Hey, what's happening? June, welcome, welcome, welcome. Welcome, June, and everybody. I don't plan on being here long. My grandson is here. Hey, Keon and Shy. My grandson is here. He has the cartoons on. I don't know. I don't know how long this gonna last. Hey, Shy. I don't know how long. Thank you for the hearts. I don't know how long this is gonna last. Hey, Real Scorpion Conjure. Why does it look like my excuse me, my screen cloudy? Hold on, let me use my scarf. It looks cloudy to me. It's fuzzy, but I did break my screen. So, Grand Rising, Nas, how are you? Miss A. Tate, hello, hello, hello. How are y'all? I got my lipstick today. Alafia, Alafia, Ia, Aburu, Abuye, Abushishe. Broke it, how I dropped it. You know me. No love, you look clear and your face is beautiful. Thank you. I put on some makeup today. A little bit and some lip. I did some lippy. Y'all like my lippy today? Hey, hey, handpicked by God. Yes. She said, Akbo Ato Asuri Wori Wofun. I'm getting it. The words, the pronunciations, you know, it goes too fast for me. And my tongue, my mouth don't move that way. So I'm trying to retrain it. I did good. Thank you. I got something to talk about today. I got something I want to just talk about. And I took notes. I took notes. I wrote. Y'all know I got to write stuff down. Agbo Ato Suri. Oh, you said Agbo. You said Aburu Abuye Abushishe. Thank you, Real Scorpion Conjure. What's the response? You know it. Agbo Ato Asuri Iwori Wofu. You gonna get it just like I am. I got my notebooks. And I've been taking notes. I've been writing things down. I've been noticing things. And how do I write way back there? I've been noticing things. I've been taking notes. And I want to talk about something today. A good job trying. What I want to talk about, y'all, I don't know if it says it on here, but I want to talk about spookism, metaphysics, and real magic, and the dangers of spookism. That's what I want to talk about. I got same book, Great Minds Think Alike. Yeah, I want to talk about that. Thank you for the hearts. Alexa, volume down by 2, because that boy got that thing loud. Grand Rising, Sterling. Happy New Day. I want to talk about that. Don't y'all think that's a good topic? It is. We're going to have a good time. That's a great topic. All right. So spirit source, all ancestors, our holy powers and our guides, the phenomenon that walk with us through all of our generations, from all of our ancestral lineages, those who are of good report, those who are honorable, those who are our most powerful. You are welcome in this circle and in this place. This place is a place of peace. Thank you for your contributions and your input. Thank you for your contributions to each of our lives, that we find ourselves in this place today. For all energies and spirits that's not here for our highest and greatest good, you are not welcome here in this space at all whatsoever. Get to stepping. poof, be gone. Let your head get small. You can't reside here at all. Amen and amen again. Hey, Demetria. Okay, so I'm gonna close my book up. Okay, so this is what we're gonna talk about. Okay. Can you hear it? You lost my remote control. My grandson. You lost my remote control, so I can't turn on the big TV. So now you can hear it okay. But you know I'm going to be talking. So if I get to talking loud, guess what's going to happen? You ain't going to hear it. Okay. Greetings, Tommy. Hey, Aoife Boomy. Poof, pow, be gone. Yeah, so today, the reason why I want to talk about spookism, metaphysics, and real magic is to help some of you understand the differences between that. The difference between superstition, true spiritual science, and practical real magic. It is a good topic. Okay, I want to kind of expose or uncover the pitfalls of spookism, the potential dangers of a fear-based thinking. Okay, I have my paper and pen. I'm taking notes. Good. And then my hope is to help you be able to see beyond the fear, to see beyond the shrinking, right? The fear beyond colonialism, right? To somewhat point you into the direction of decolonization, right? Somewhat point you in that direction. Somewhat point you into the path of deconstruction, right? Now, don't get it twisted. There is spookism in every spiritual system that you come across. In every religion, there is the pieces. I'm trying to find my words. There is spookism in everything you do, right? In every system that you find, there is some. Now, let me also say that superstition. Not all superstitions are bad. Okay. It's the superstitions that generate fear that are bad, that are really bad, right? So if you don't know the difference between shadow and spirit, or if you don't understand the difference between superstition, spookism, and what is considered practical magic, then you may have been in spookism, right? Okay, so let's get started, okay? All right, so I'm gonna give y'all some definitions so that you guys can be with me on point. This is the gospel according to Mama Sunfire. Okay, so this does not mean this is the absolute truth. This is just through my observations, the notes that I've been taking, the things that I've been seeing, blah, 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 blah. Let me also say, before I get deeper into it, the definitions, let me also say that people create gods. Let me also say that people create religion. Okay, now, all right, y'all don't get mad at me. And if a person can create a god, they can also destroy, uncreate one. Say that again for the people in the back. People create gods, and people create religion. That's not to say, though, that all religions are bad. But the truth here is that it's been people take a universal principle, usually principles that they don't know that they're trying to understand, or they're trying to absorb or comprehend, or they're trying to explain why. In that, they create systems that helps them to understand how nature, the universe, and all of these things that seem to be mystical, how they happen, how they exist. This is why you have so many creation stories. Won't nobody there in the beginning of creation? Won't nobody? Not one, not name, not a person was there that we know of, that we have gotten the story in its fullness and its truth and in its totality. We don't have that information. Not one that was there, not one person at the very beginning, not name. And if there was, they ain't here now. And we don't have their story. We have stories that have been handed down, but we don't know if the story that we have is the story or set of stories from then. I can say, though, that Ifa is at least 10,000 years old. So that's very, very old. Okay, it's very old. It was like a game of telephone. Everything was word of mouth. Absolutely. Ain't nobody came back and told us nothing. Not nary a one. We cannot even have a human concept of how old this planet actually is. Listen, I know that there's carbon dating, and I know that there's science behind it to figure out how this thus and so. But I had an experience, and this is my experience. You're saying Adam and Eve weren't fooling around in the garden. I'm scandalized. Listen, they wasn't vodeo-doing in the garden in the beginning like they was the only people here. Stop that shenanigans and go read the Epic of Gilgamesh and go read some of these other stories. Thank you, Bishop. Okay, now. I don't forgot what I was going to say. I almost went off on a tangent. Good morning. I'm Sandra from Alabama. I just buried my mother I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm so sorry to hear that. I'm praying for peace and strength to you and your family. Take your time to go through the grieving process, right? Do what you got to do. Take that time. Just know that the pain that is associated with loss will eventually subside, and you will be able to remember your mother in happiness and not in pain and grief. Okay, that's all I'm gonna share with you. But grieve. Don't let nobody tell you that you shouldn't be grieving, and really how long to grieve. But I will say, don't grieve too long. Don't grieve too long. Move it on over at some point. Okay, just move it on over at some point, but go through your process. Okay. All righty. I'm finna say something. Alafia. Is that Manny? Hey. Okay, so let me go back. I'm trying to find out where we were. I done lost it. It's gone. Y'all know if I get distracted, it's gone. So anyway, not nan, not name Al, not nary a one, as my grandmama would say. Hey, Stacy, thank you. Knows exactly what has happened in the beginning. There are stories that have been handed down. And if have y'all ever played the game in school where you have all the kids and you start off with telling a story, and each child tells a story to the other person, and by the time it gets down to the end, the story is a little different? Have y'all ever played that game? Okay, there you go. Right? I also understand, and since Sweetie Pookie do, they whisper it, the telephone game, yeah. So, you're welcome, Sandra. So let me also say that, because Sandra has mentioned about her mother, let me also say that what happens is, when someone transitions, the testimony of who they were, who they were, their testimony, their obituary, their story becomes far greater than they ever were, right? That's because we like to retain the good memories, right, about a person when they have transitioned, and this becomes the testimony. This becomes the story. This is how they become iconic. Then we build shrines to our ancestors who have transitioned, and it makes them very high and lofty. For us, they ascend into this very lofty place, and we put them on a pedestal and we honor them. Some people worship them, but we honor them. Some people forget that not everybody's is like this, but some people forget that Big Mama was mean. Some people. Some people forget that Pop wasn't around. Because what they want to retain in their memory are the good things because of grief and loss. Okay. Now, for some of us, Big Mama could do no wrong, knowing full well she ain't want to fool with these kids and she was mean with them damn children. And some only remember the bad, and some only remember the bad. Some only remember the bad. And whatever it is that you remember, you elevate them in your mind and sometimes in your heart to be some sort of icon. This memory that you have creates the practice that you often do to retain them in your memory in that way. So when you think about them, if they were not good grandparents, if they're not good parents, or they were not good relatives, or they were, whatever the issue is, they're going to perpetually be that thing in your mind. And that's the altar that you have erected, or the shrine that you have created in your mind and in your heart. Some of them deserve to be there, okay? But when they go into the upper room, you can't make them repay what they should be, repay. All right. I know this is very sensitive and I'm not singling anyone out. I'm just sharing this information. When you have had good experiences with someone and they transition, that's what you remember. And that is what you place or build in the altar of your mind, in your heart, right? You, whenever you think of them, these are the things, these are the stories that become real to you. And this is how, and then you begin to honor them. This is the type of veneration that I'm talking about. Not necessarily worship like a god, but this is the type of veneration. So whenever your family members get together, like my family often, I have an aunt who was like the caterer in the family. She had 6 kids of her own. She had a very beautiful marriage. Everybody, the family used to gather at her home and have dinner at any given time. The church that my father's side of the family, the church that our family church, my great grandmother was one of the founding members. So because of that, we as a family would come together because as a family, on my father's side, everybody went to the church. All right. So my aunt kind of maintained the tradition in some sort of way with her family. We would congregate there. When she transitioned, and then her husband, my uncle, transitioned. Hey, her children maintain the home, and it's the home where we go and we fellowship and come together. Okay, This is how you honor your ancestors. Ancestors help you heal. Yes, there's a difference between honoring, venerating, and worship, and working with them. Yes. I usually say I worship my ancestors. However, that's because I worship God very differently than most. Ashe. I understand that. That's your own personal practice. And that's, if it works for you, I'm glad for that, okay? You try not to, oh, okay. And that's good. All right. So I just want to share, these things. We venerate them. We give honor. We establish, we create stories. These stories are tables, are scripture that we repeat regularly, right? And in these words, these incantations that we speak, we do the conjuring and magic of, and bringing into and invoking their energy and spirit, right? In their essence. Okay, we got all that. We got all that together. All right then. Now let's define spookism. Hey, how do you go about divination? There are all kinds of different forms of divination, sweetie pookie do. Good morning, Matthew. You're welcome, Tiff. Okay, so spookism. Do y'all know what spookism? Can you give me a good definition? I did say it already, but give me a good definition. I want to hear it. I want you guys to participate with me. What is spookism? I absolutely love your spirit. How often are you live? Listen, Nina, I'm supposed to be live on Sundays, Mondays, and Fridays. I'm trying to get to the Sundays. But I just popped on today. Hey, can you use turtle bones for? Think of what a turtle does. The habitat, the characteristics, the nature of a turtle, and how whatever it is a turtle does, that's what you use the bones for. Nope, you can't. All right. Fear-based, thank you. Fear-based practices used to control. Absolutely. So they're steeped in rumor, and they're steeped in, spookism is steeped in colonial religious practices of fear-mongering. Anything that's to colonize, to create fear in something is generally spookism, right? So don't look in the mirror. If you look in the mirror, then it's going to do this. It's going to do that. What else? If you don't pay your tithes based on the script, you'll be cursed with a curse. Can I go? I want to go there right. I want to go there. Any advice for placing insects in candles? I've been having the urge to lately. I do. I place insects in candles. I grind them up as in powder and sprinkle their powdered body. Oh, scare tactics. I feel like this is spiritual abuse. It is spiritual abuse. Knowing damn well that's not scripture, LOL, but they preach it anyway. If you don't get saved and baptized, yep. Oh, y'all, what y'all saying is coming through now. You're welcome. Okay, so I was in a church. Y'all know I can't get through shit. I can't get through no teaching because I'm always giving a story. Thank you, Ashley. I was in church one day and I was going to the... Y'all like my ring? Okay. So I was in this congregation, and the congregation, it was I guess it really doesn't matter because many pastors do this, but this was a mixed congregation, and it was about 50-50 blacks and white. There were others, but it was, the pastor was an African, was a white man, and he had good word, right? It was good. He was kind of the, kind of blackish, you know what I'm saying? Okay. If you heard him on the radio, you wouldn't know that he wasn't quite sure if he was black or white. You wasn't sure until you saw him. You like my nails? Thank you. So anyway, I don't know why that's relevant because it's really not. So he was preaching on tithes and offering. Okay. Tithes and offering. What's the scripture in Malachi? Will a man rob God? What's that? Tithes and offering scripture. Come on, I want to read it. Malachi. Tithes and offering scripture. Let's see. Tithes and offering scripture. Okay, I know it's in Malachi. Malachi's in the Old Testament. Where's that? Now y'all gonna make me look for it. Never mind. Malachi 3. Thank you. Anyway, because you know the tax collectors are praised, right? What's that? Malachi 3. Malachi. There you go. Tithes. All right, Malachi 3, 1 through 8. Thank you, Sugarfoot. So, so he reads the scripture about tithes and offering. He says, bring the whole tithes. I don't want that. I want King James Version. Y'all getting on my damn nerves. I want New King James. I grew up in the King James. I don't do all of the other ones, but I do use them. Okay. Bring ye all the tithes into the storehouse, that there may be meat in my house, and prove me now herewith, saith the Lord of hosts, if I will not open up the windows of heaven and pour you out a blessing, that there shall not be room enough to receive it. Dang, boy, you burped hard, didn't you? You been drinking beer? Right? And where's the one that says you'll be it's okay, so then it says then it says, even from the days, okay, he says, will a man rob God? That's what they say. 3 and 8. Will a man rob God? Yet ye have robbed me. But ye say, wherein have we robbed thee? And he says, in tithes and offering. Therefore you are cursed with a curse, for ye have robbed me, even this whole nation. So bring all ye tithes into the storehouse, that there may be meat. That's the scripture. In mine house, and prove me herewith. Blah, blah, blah. It says, and I will rebuke the devourer for your sake, and he shall not destroy the fruits of your ground, neither shall your vine cast her fruit before the time in the field, saith the Lord of hosts. That's the scripture. Okay. All right then. I just had to read that. Okay. I don't know, every pastor that I have ever sat under has always used that scripture to coerce you into paying your tithes, or guilted you into paying your tithe. Dang. Okay. Now, I was in this here church, and the pastor said, because the tithes were low, the membership was high, but the tithes were low. So based on the membership, there should have been more money in the tithe. That's exactly not what that scripture is saying. Absolutely. Okay. So he said, he read the scripture, and he was a turn to your neighbor kind of guy. He says, he read this, he says, and you'll be cursed with the curse. Right? He says, and then you will be your field. Where'd it go again? Your field, cursed in your field, or whatever the hell that scripture says. Okay, and so he said that your devourer, that your finances will be devoured, your children will be devoured, right? He said your home will be devoured, your relationships, your marriage, right? All of this stuff he was saying. And then he turned and he said, and turn to your neighbor. He says, such people who do not pay tithes, he curses on themselves. He said, and therefore, if this is the house of God, he said, the people who do not pay tithes in this congregation curse your whole house. Turn to your neighbor and say, neighbor. He says, look at your neighbor. Your neighbor could be a God robber, and your neighbor could be cursing your home. That's what he said. He said, if you're sitting next to someone who's not paying tithes, they are cursing your home, is what he said. Yeah, he was cursing everyone. That's what he said. That's what he told everybody. If his church lacking the money, well, pastor let me tell you something. That church is defunct, and That church is defunct. It ain't because I did something, but it was because God told me to say something to them, and they didn't last. And I knew they wasn't going to last because God said it wasn't going to last. Anyway, all right. Excuse me. But yeah, that's spookism. I paid $8,000 in tithes and told the pastor that I was going to pay the rest when I came back. What? Calm down, Caden. You understand? Yeah, you are a God robber. He said, turn to your neighbor and ask your neighbor, are you a God robber? And your neighbor could be the reason why your marriage is not working out. That's what he said. That's what he said. All in all, though, the treasurers and the people were taking money out of the treasury and using it for things that they didn't want to, they wasn't supposed to be using it for. Swinging and trysts with each other and doing shit they wasn't supposed to be doing. But he calling everybody else who wasn't paying tithes God robbers, not the fact that they were stealing money and using it for inappropriate shit. Okay. What about the ones that we gonna pass their plate until God gets that? That's another one. Okay, so there's a whole lot of stuff we could pull out, right? And talk about what we have seen in church alone. But don't forget about other religions. Let me tell you what happened to me. This is my testimony. So those of you recording me, right, screen recording me, so that you could have information and ammunition and stuff to play in your groups, your little side groups, and all the stuff that you do. I want you to make sure that you try to get this in context, but I know you won't, because your job is to lie, right? So let me just say this. I remember when I was first open. Root Doctor. When I was first really open with my spirituality, I had already left church, came back, left again. And so when I started being more vocal and more open with being a spiritualist, people that curse you have bad intentions all around. No wonder the church fell. Absolutely. Church fell to the ground in a blaze of glory. Bad. Terrible. But so I was trying to connect to African spirituality a long time ago, which is what actually kind of soured me for a while, even while getting on this platform during COVID. I was a little soured by this experience. Okay. So me trying to figure out the next step, where I had been in occultism, I had been in Kemetic cosmology. I was already doing hoodoo. I was trying to figure out where I was supposed to land, because my religion told me, my upbringing told me that I needed to be in a religion. Okay. So I inquired in my upbringing, anything that was African was not of God, was demonic. That's how I was taught. Anything that was not Christian was not of God. And I was taught that there were some Christian practices that was not sanctioned by God. Okay. This is what I was taught. I was taught never to have faces of any kind. No statues. Hey, cut it out, little boy. No statues of any kind. None of that. Looks like the walk I'm in right now. Nina, come on, walk with me, understand. So, imagine already going into spirituality and seeing and being drawn to African traditional religions, and the fear that I had. Not and not forgetting also the horror stories that I had heard from women specifically, but people overall, but women specifically. The horror stories. Imagine me tiptoeing, trying to figure this out, and then run into, and after praying, oh, I really need someone to teach me. I really need to understand. Been so afraid to go against family tradition. Yes. Oh, it's been terrible. Right? Oh, I need somebody to teach me. I don't understand. I don't know what's right, wrong, what have you. And after praying that prayer, meeting a gentleman online. Now, not me meeting him like, oh, I met this man. Not like that. It's just, he was talking real good. And he was explaining spiritual things in the context of African traditional religion that was really, oh God, this is it. This is what, yeah, right? So he was speaking to metaphysics, because y'all know I love metaphysics and what people would call paganism. Y'all don't mess with me. I love that shit. Okay. So he was talking about that stuff, and it was really ringing all my bells, right? And I was like, yeah. So he had a live, and again, this was years and years and years and years and years ago. Okay, probably my grandchild is 13, so about 13 years ago or more. Okay, so anyway, what was I? Oh. You were raised Catholic. It's been mental, taxing, shedding the spiritual abuse. Absolutely, spiritual abuse. So anyway, he was doing all the talking. You know, I'm the same person I was then. You know, well, in some respect, I have the same personality. Okay, so I was like, yeah. You know, I'm typing. We're in the chat just like this, and I'm high-fiving him from the chat like, yeah, you talking good, sir. You better preach, boy. I understand what you saying. And it's this and it's that and this. I was really into what he was saying. I was like, this is really good. And so it just like, oh, wow, I think this is it. This may be my teacher. So he was like, I see you, Mama Sunfire. Oh, well, I wasn't, you know, that wasn't my name at the time. I see you. Well, yes, it was actually, but it wasn't online like it is now. So anyway, he's off his live, and I can't even say it was 5 minutes after getting off the live. Grand Rising Shar, he was in my inbox. So he was like, sis, I really appreciate you. I was like, yeah, man. You know, it's cool. He said, I'd like to talk to you. Started talking to him. I gave, you know, we online, right? Through Facebook is where it was. Through Facebook. Thank you for the hearts and all of the everythings. So we're interacting on Facebook only. Okay, so videos, he was talking, he was sharing more things with me, and it was great. I was like, you know what? This is what I've been looking for. And this was, and it went in a span of a week, maybe 2. And we talked every day. Like, it was weird. I was like, wow, this is it, right? And so, because it seemed that we were having so many things in common. I mean, he was a nice looking guy. I mean, wow. Okay. But I wasn't there for that. What I was there for was to learn. I was really eager and anxious open to learn some more stuff. And so in our conversation, I remember distinctly, he said, wait a minute, I got to find out something. He started showing me around his big, beautiful home. He started showing me all of the supplements and stuff he was taking, and he was showing me his altar spaces. He took me down to the basement to see his shrine room and all this stuff. I was like, wow, we're really having these. This is, oh, wow. Like, so he says, it's something about you. So he says, I need to do some inquiry. Okay, now he goes on his own volition to go to whomever he goes to in Africa, and they gave him a reading, and then he gave me a reading. Now I'm already teaching. I've been teaching for years, y'all. I've been doing this for almost 30 years. So I was already teaching full-blown ministry, teaching spirituality. I wasn't new to spirituality. I was just new to what he was talking about, was confirming the things that I had been experiencing and thinking and knowing, and the draw that I had. So he made an inquiry. He says, I want to do a reading on you. Can I, I don't know if he said, can I, or I'm going to do that. I just need to know something, because I think something about you, lady. So I was like, oh, maybe. And then I looked at him. I'm like, oh, well, he's good looking. Maybe so, maybe. I don't know. You can do a reading, I guess. I don't know, because I didn't know what a reading was from what he was saying. I didn't know what he was talking about. It's on you. So he goes, get a reading from somebody, comes back with this email, this message, and this long stuff, and told me what I can't do. You can't do this, you can't do that. You can't do no teaching. You can't do hold up, Wody. Time out. I've been doing this already. Almost 20 years at the time. Well, at least 15. Hold up, Wody. You can't tell it out. No, that's not what we're doing. No. Okay. But he was really adamant about what it is I'm supposed to do. And I'm supposed to be still. I'm supposed to be quiet. And da-da-da-da-da, boop, 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 boop. And he was, all the stuff that he was telling me. And it made me, I don't know what it did to me, but it scared me and it made me angry. And I was cussing and fussing. I was like, what are you talking about? And this and other. Then he comes back into, I said, I'm not listening to you. I don't know you. What? He saw your power and wanted to, that's what he said. On whose authority? Then he tells me that the spirits was going to get me. Been there, right? He tells me that I owe him $200 some odd dollars for the reading that I got. I ain't get no reading. What you talking about? Yeah, they had to do a sacrifice. They had to do this and they had to do that. You owe me $200. I don't know, was it 2 or 3? I kind of want to lean toward 2, but it might have been 3. You owe me. I'm like, I owe you for shit. Not a thing. Nothing. I owe you for nothing. You were inquiring about who I was. You're the one that said, let me go and check. I want to check something. That I don't have nothing to do with that. I literally was walking down the street. You ever see people on the phone in full argument with somebody and they hollering and screaming. I'm hollering and screaming, crying, snotting. This fool tells me that if I don't pay him his $200, that he was going to get the spirits after me. He was going to have African spirits to come and unalive me. And he told me all of this stuff. And I'm saying, no, I know when you're tricking me, because he had me going up and down with all the stuff he was telling me. And I didn't know. Oh, we get warfare. We're going to do this, and you're going to be cursed, and you're hexed, and you're this, and you're that. Da. Right? So I told him I wasn't going to send it. And then I did wind up sending him the money. And not because I felt that I was going to be cursed or hexed. I sent him the money because he had a woman to get the money. And I says, and in talking to her, she was like, you need to send that money. And I'm like, sis, something ain't right. You need to get out of there, Because I was going to go down to where he, his temple was in Georgia, and I wanted to learn from the temple. I wasn't really going to be his other wife. He had other women. I wanted to learn stuff. This is where people get tripped up. I'm not interested in y'all. I don't like, I'm not interested in women, but I don't fuck with y'all like that. I'm talking about men. I don't fuck with y'all like that. We cool. But you ain't gonna just get me like that. I don't do that. I don't do that. You can say that I do. People can say I want you. I don't want your man. I don't want him. I'm telling you. I can be friendly and nice. Ha ha ha. Kiki boom boom boom. I don't want him. If he yours, I don't want him. And if he yours and he can be easily taken, he ain't worth shit. I don't want him. I'm just telling y'all. I don't want none of it. It's problems. They problems. They cause problems. I want mine. I don't want yours. Okay, now we get that. So I told the sister, you need to get out of there, sister. Something ain't right. That thing crazy as a cooter brown. You know, anyway. Child, I don't want them things. So anyway, I sent the money, the $200. It's got to be $200. I keep saying it. I sent the money through, what's them things called? Western Union. Okay. And somebody tell Jay what is spookism. And I sent the money, and I just did not want to have to do spiritual warfare. That I was trying to learn and grow, and I did not want to have to fire back or be in a war of some kind. Hey, Black Hawk. So I went on and sent it. Not even 24, 48 hours after that, I talked to one of my friend girls and told her what happened. Told her who the person was. She did some looking. Found out that he was abusive. He beat women, extorted money, da-da-da-da-da-da-da. He got blown out the water. It was a big old thing, and his temple or whatever got shut down. I don't know. Okay. This is a while ago, so anyway. So that's kind of what happened. So that I don't stop on many lives. I saw your power too, and I'm here to learn. Thank you, Tiff. I appreciate you. Glad you're here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. So that soured me even more. I was already disenfranchised, frustrated with Christianity. I ain't want none. Okay, I ain't want to have shit to do with it. Okay, that thing is a maniac. He extorted the wrong person. Listen, shut down. Shut the school, his so-called school down. His website got shut down. His money got locked up. Everything got, I don't know how it happened. I'm telling you, I don't know how it happened. I can't even tell you his name now because I don't even think the name that I had was his real name. I don't even know him. But I know that he was gone. Gone. Okay, gone. But people like that, they usually reinvent themselves and they come in as something else. But he had a whole temple full of women that he beat the snot grass out of somebody. But anyway, pushed the woman down the stairs. You've got me thinking so much of Mama Foot right now. Some of what you say reminds me. Really, bless her soul. Anyway, so it had me soured. I was like, these people are crazy. Okay. I'm not fixing to do that. No spookism. No religion of any kind at all whatsoever. And here we are later. I ain't got nothing bad to say about it. I'm just saying. You never know where God Source All will take you in your journey. Now, as it pertains to spookism, the fear mongering, the trying to break your spirit, right? The severe or the very deep superstition. You know, if you turn to the left, if you do something here in the night, during the morning, in the cool moonlight, da-da-da-da-da, these are the things. All the stuff. We see it in hoodoo. We see it in hoodoo all the time. Spookism. You see it. Come on, y'all. We see it. Okay? I said it's in every religion. It's in every spiritual practice. Right? We see people who their minds are popping. They're popping their cork. I don't know if it's AI doing it. I don't know if the veil is thin, but their mental capacity, the level of psychosis. What is happening to people? And I'm talking about psychosis. I did not realize that when I was in church, there was what psychosis was, spiritual psychosis, what spiritual psychosis was. But now when I can go back and look at religion, look at my experience in church, I can see that was spiritual psychosis. That was spookism. Right? This is why taking good notes are important. Observation is important, right? And you have to be careful, because while people run in groups and clusters, groupthink is a thing, right? And people who think alike, they come together, they create a clique, right? And you can't get in this clique, and if you can't get out the clique, you know, the cult that is created, even within a cult, they're like these cults, right? Okay. However, the challenge here is that being alone all the time is not good either. That there needs to be checks and balances, right? That you can weigh things by. Because people say, I know who I am. No. You know a portion of who you are. But no, right? Change it. Thank you. There are stories that are imprinted into your body, into your psyche, into your cell, into your cellular structure. Those stories manifest, and you don't even know those stories are there. Sometimes you have reaction to things that you don't even know why you feel that way, but it's from a deeply embedded code, a story, a frequency, a sequence, a rhythm that has become a part of your spiritual and natural cellular memory. And at any given time, you may respond or conjure up or invoke that spirit. That code will come up, and you'll say, I don't know why I did that. Well, if you knew yourself, you'd know why. So I'm just saying. What is that? That's a lemur. What is that? Okay, so a meerkat. That's what it is. You will never stop learning yourself. Absolutely, sis. Absolutely. So again, not all superstitions are bad. It's just when you get into the fear mongering, it becomes spookism. All right. And so most of the time we see spookism in African based spiritual systems or anything that's black. Because what you'll see is people who have deliberately demonized it, and they create this control, or they try to manipulate ancestral magic, right? So people will find it, you understand what I'm saying? They'll take certain things. People will see that thing and say, oh, that's demonic, when in truth they do it too. That's the delusion, right? They do it too. In other practices, they do it too, you see. And sometimes even within the system, you'll see it. Separation, right? Because of colonization. You ain't this, you ain't that. Oh, we got this, and you don't have that. Let me tell you something. The thing that God showed me, source all, when I can say when I was in church, God, the Holy Ghost, what the Holy Ghost showed me when I was in church is to be able to identify the spirit of religion, to be able to effectively identify the spirit of religion. So before I get into metaphysics or anything, give me some examples of what you think the spirit of religion is, the entity of religion, the egregore of religion. Change that, little boy. I'm typing something. Change it. Hey. You know what? I hadn't put any new ones up there. Tell me. It feels, I feel it's dense. Yeah, it is very dense, very thick, very compact. A group of like minds coming together to feed the same spirit. Control, yes, yes. Legalism. Control. Forced rules. Colonization. Yep. What else? What else? Power consumption. Shame. Yes, Regina. Shame. Did you make your beautiful bracelets you have on? No, I did these. These are my charm bracelets. I made these. Well, actually, I did make these. Tell you the truth. But the chain I did not make. But I put the charms on it. Ritual performances. Pomp and circumstance. Whole lot of theatrics. What else? Anything that's outward, an outward expression, right? You'll see it. You'll see, only I know the truth, or this is the only truth. And with this being the only truth, everything else is a lie. This is the only way. Spirit of religion. Oftentimes in the spirit of religion is a diminishing of the feminine energy. God complex. Often you'll find with the spirit of religion an imbalance in the feminine and masculine energy. Most of the time you will see in religion, with the spirit of religion, patriarchy. Without balance. Balance. When you're dealing with the spirit of religion, because spirituality, nature has a system of balance. Duality. But there's balance with it. There's nothing wrong with roles. Like there can be roles that people play, right? They're roles, but that's within the harmony, within the balance. Yes, there are the triangle scheme. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's within the balance. Right? So, if you go into it, it's a beautiful dance. When you go into something and you see that there is no balance, now to even think, if there is no balance or everything, it seems to be heavy, seesaw ain't seesawing right. Or it is seesawing right, because you get it up and it down. If there's disharmony, unhealthy attachment to serve the leader's ego. Absolutely. Spirit of religion. I'm just telling you what it is. You can get mad at me. That's what it is. Spirit religion says, do this so you don't get punished. As opposed to saying, walk like this so that you can be in alignment. See, there's a difference. Do this so you won't go to hell. As opposed to creating healthy boundaries, balances in your life so that you can create good alignment in your life. Knowing that things ebb and flow, right? Up and down, they ebb and flow. But your responsibility is to find the balance between and walk within the balance. Knowing that sometimes there'll be highs and sometimes there'll be lows. And those highs and lows are necessary. That's spirituality. Those ins and outs are necessary. And they're part of your path, which helps keep you in alignment. Religion says, if you do this, you're going to hell. If you do this, you know, you're bad. Right? That's the difference. Y'all see the difference? Y'all see the difference? There's easy differences. Okay? Easy to identify. So let's keep going. So we're talking about little spookies. A religion is based on fear of hell. It's not really caring what God is its focuses. I think I read that right. Yeah. Well, not all religions have a hell, but certainly misalignment is the premise. But if you do this, then you're misaligned, and these are the things that's going to happen to you. All right. The things that make spirituality hard for me is my mental illness clouding my judgment. And I understand that. There is no shame in doing what you need to do to keep your mental health balanced. But it's not an easy thing. It's sometimes for some people it's not easy, right? It requires work to maintain the balance. And oftentimes those of us, we what's the word I want to say? We ignore, we forget about, we take for granted the process, what is required to stay in balance and harmony. We forget about that. We get in our workaday world and we're zoom, and we don't do what needs to be done in order to maintain physical, mental, emotional balance. Sometimes protocols help you, and structure helps you to stay in balance. Sometimes when you create a system or you systematize your life, right, by infusing some of your spiritual practices into the structure of your life, then when you get to flying off like a helium balloon, or when somebody takes the air and zzz, there you go, you're over there somewhere, you can dial yourself back to your structure, right? These things are good. This is when structure is good for you, right? So I'm not saying that there's not balance or there's not boundaries or there are not rules. You need some sort of structure, right? Even in nature does not go without structure. There's structure within nature, right? There is a process, things that happen on a schedule, right? And so in that, knowing that and being able to float, fly, and reside and live within that is where you find your balance. It's the vesica Pisces. It's the centerpiece. It's the best of these worlds, the balance, right? Oh, that's all I'm saying about that. Okay. Okay. Other signs of spirit of religion. Doctrines. Dogmatic doctrines. Which is what I'm saying. You can't do this, you can't do that. Traditions where you don't ask why. You can't ask why, you can't ask questions. Okay? You ask questions, then you're ostracized. You say capitalism. Hey, that's a smart gal right there. You follow your traditions because you're afraid to not. I was told, let me tell you what I was told one day. I was driving, and you are so on point. Absolutely. Thank you, Demetria. Let me tell y'all something what happened to me one day. When I was leaving the church, I spent, I left a couple of churches. I was kicked out of 2. I was kicked out of 1 twice. And so I have left a couple of times, right? It's funny. So how do I want to say this? Religion, spookism, and control. Here we go. I was part of a ministry. It was a grassroots ministry. I'm a grassroots minister, meaning that you normally will find me connected to new beginning ministries. I work in support of the building of ministries. Kind of makes me more apostolic in nature, okay, and how I work. It makes me missionary type person, right? It makes me evangelist type person, because I'm at grassroots ministries, at the beginning stages of ministries, and I support the ministers in their ministry. Understand? I'm here to lay foundation, and support the laying of foundation. That's my niche. Okay, and it's been like that since I've been in church. Since I was in church, it's still like that right now, right? Okay, so what happened to me? I was a part of a ministry. The apostle was a woman. She was a good teacher, but she had high-level prophetic gifts, right? High level. She was a strict disciplinarian, and she was a profoundly strong and proficient Bible teacher. Okay, but she was a mean motherfucker too. And yeah, I cuss. She was mean because she was very controlling sometimes, and she had her own personal issues that often fell out on many of us. Okay, so now I was told when I decided to leave the ministry, God has spoken to me. God has said, you need to get out of there. It is not going to last. You need to get out. And so I decided to leave the ministry. This woman told me that I was not going to live. I was not going to make it outside of the ark of safety, which was her exact words. She gave me scripture about, I think, Aaron and his staff, and how the staff bloomed, and that she was Aaron to me, and that everything that I needed was within the ark, and the ministry that she had was the ark, and that if I went outside of the ark, that I would drown out in the world, and that every blessing that I was supposed to have was connected to her and her ministry. She said that my husband that I'm looking for is connected to the ministry. That might be true because I ain't found him yet. But I don't know. Everything that I wanted, my very survival, the life of my children was connected to her and the ministry. And if I left the ministry, her words were, you will surely die in the wilderness. That's what she told me. Look at me glowing by myself. And she did. Gone to the upper room. Gone. Whole ministry defunct. Gone. Lost the ministry. Lost the school. Lost her house. Lost her money. Lost her health. Lost her eyesight. And then lost her life. Gone. But anyway. But that's what I was told. So the fear mongering, that I had to stay within this teaching, and that there was no life outside of that teaching, and anything outside of that teaching, I would surely die. You see? And weaponized the Bible. Yes, it came back on her. They sure did. Weaponize the Bible. Use scripture. Use the prophetic gift. I was told in another church, the church that the one other grassroots ministry church that I was a part of, told me, and this is what happened. Bishop, I found that he transitioned. I don't know how long ago, but he ain't here either. Bishop started in Charlotte. I live in Charlotte, North Carolina. He came as a traveling evangelist. I saw, you can't speak till ill of people. Absolutely. Now, let me tell you something. Now, I have seen some very powerful spirituality or some magic and conjuring in the church. Hey, Utah. Hey, Tiff, how are you? Thank you for joining me. I saw some very powerful stuff. So Bishop Wilson, he's no longer with us. Bishop Wilson came to Charlotte as an evangelist. And I had left a church. It won't come back to you. Just make sure what you speak is truth without emotion. Absolutely. Used to live in Fayetteville. Religion most definitely felt different down there. Yeah, it's crazy. So let me tell you. So Bishop Wilson came to Charlotte, and I had left church. You know, I had been to several little ministries, you know, because I'm a Pentecostal. So I was looking for that experience, Pentecostal, apostolic kind of feeling. Hey, Candace. And so I had been to several ministries. They were all crazy. Them peoples was crazy. Some of them little storefront, they was crazy. Cuckoo, cuckoo. Okay. And so, you know, I'm just kind of bobbing and weaving, you know. Went to a revival, because ain't nothing like a good revival. You understand me? With a prophet. So I heard on the news, on the radio, Prophet Wilson. That's kind of what, come on to the church, to the house of God. You know, I was like, ooh, that sounds like that's going to be great. So I go to this church and see this little fat man sitting in a chair preaching. And I came in, they was singing, whatever. He didn't start preaching until 10 o'clock at night. Okay, it was already late. We was there 2 in the morning. Right? He didn't start preaching until 10 o'clock. Okay? Man, let me tell you something. He, with his fat self, he would preach so hard and get so excited, ecstatic, right? He would stand on the pew and step over the pew, preaching, stepping over him, right? Wipe his face with his tissue, his white cloth. Wipe his face. Take that cloth and you know, that kind of stuff. Throw his cloth. And as the cloth arced over the people would fall out. Bow, bow, bow. And fall out. I kept going every night because I had not seen nothing like that before. Now, I had been in Pentecostal churches and I had seen people laying out folks. I hadn't seen it because I was Pentecostal. But that I had not seen. Okay? I hadn't seen it. It could be, I don't know about the lie, but I saw that. And he laid hands on people. He would be, the reason why we was there at 2 o'clock in the morning, because people would line up for prayer. And I remember, again, I'm always the helps. That's part of my ministry, helps, okay? And hospitality. So, I kept coming, and I kept coming. So that was by the 3rd night, because he was all week. By the 3rd night, I'm standing there like, is this shit real? I'm saying it to myself. Now, I don't know if I had an expression on my face or not. Like, this shit real? These people falling out. Bow! I was like, what the hell? So I'm sitting there looking at him, and he looking at me, He looked at him. We look at me. You know, I'm looking, right? And he said, I hear somebody saying, is this real? I hear somebody saying, is this real? You tell me, is it real? I'm standing there. I'm like, yeah, well, yeah, I guess other people are saying it. I'm standing there. He calls me out. He said, you want to know it's real? Get out into that aisle. Now, I didn't say it out my mouth. Maybe I was saying it on my face. He said, woman of God, you want to know this is real? I dare you step into that aisle. Well, I'm a Taurus. You ain't fixing to give me no challenge. It's like, okay. Let me find that. You probably did. Your face was, I probably did. Woman of God. So I go stand in the aisle. Because you ain't going to tell me. Okay. I stand on the aisle. Now he coming up. Right? Put his hand on my head. Bop. I ain't going nowhere. You ain't getting ready to push me down. Now I'm standing there. Bop on the head. I think by the second or third bop, I got this hot feeling that went over my entire body. It was so hot. Then my legs got like spaghetti leg. I couldn't hold myself up. I fell out on the ground. Bow! I don't know how long I was down there. I remember them men jaking me back up off the ground. You want to know it's real, woman of God? Bow! Bow! And I heard him, get her up! Bow! He did about 3 or 4 times. Knocked my hands on the ground. This bow is sending me. Oh, hey, sis! Hey, bow! Laid me out. And I was not faking. How are you? I've been meaning to call you. I ain't caught you yet. I've been meaning to call you. I'm sorry. Knocked me out. And so when I got up after getting up off the floor, I don't think it was abuse. I don't know what happened to it, but listen. I came up, I went down and came back. I need to come on. I went down several times, came back up, a different feeling person. I was like, what just happened here? Went to the revival several times, right? And then, he had people lining up, right? And the line, just imagine a church. And I mean, this was a nice sized church, okay? It was a nice sized church. It wasn't a, cathedral, but it was a nice sized church. The pews were long and big. It by all intents and purposes, it holds a couple of thousand people. I mean, it's a nice sized church. He was standing at the pulpit, baby. The line of people, everybody. And the more he had the service, the more people came. So by the time the service at the end of the week, there were thousands of people. It was packed. People were standing up. Change it. Okay, so people lined up. Get in the line. Now he calling me evangelist. Because he calling me out. I've been going. He calling me out the audience and telling me to help. I don't even know that man. I don't even know that ministry. I don't even know these people. But now he's saying, come evangelist, right? I'm going to pull me out there. And then he laying hands on people, knocking them out. Pop, pop out, pop out. They all falling. They trying to catch the armor bearers and stuff, trying to catch the people. They didn't have enough sheets to catch the folk. They was getting other, they was going. And so finally, it was so many people, he just stopped knocking people out and just said, I'm going to lay hands on this first person, and that God, the Holy Spirit, is going to move through the audience. He laid hand on that person, the ones that did not fall down yet. He laid hands on that one person. People fell down like dominoes. Not because people were falling on them. I mean, literally falling back. I was standing outside of the church. That meant the line was down the entire center aisle, through the double doors and out the main door, and people were on the steps of the church. The people that were outside with me could not see the people on the inside of the church. All they knew is that they were getting in line so that the pastor could pray for them. The prophet could pray for them. I'm catching people about to fall down the steps. They boom, boom, boom. People falling. I don't know how many. There was some that did not, of course. But the people that were in the back with me, we had no idea when he laid hands on the people. I remember somebody telling me, Bishop laid hands on the people in front because I'm in the back. And people were falling through the door. So I have seen stuff. I have seen where the theatrics and where deliverance ministry has happened, and people were what we call upchucking a demon, where they spitting up and foaming at the mouth and rolling around on the floor and contorting and speaking in other languages and speaking in other voices and tones. I've seen it. I've seen it up close. Right? I've seen this. I've seen where he was even not even one who would lay hands on people all the time. I mean, he would, but once he laid hands on people, he'd go back. You know, he didn't do all the, and come out. He didn't do none of that. He say, by the power of God that's vested in me, I stand on the power of God and the authority of God. You gonna come out, right? He lay hands on them, go back and keep preaching. Somewhere in the middle of the sermon, these people roll on the floor, throw up, and then they deliver. He gone about their business. Okay, so theatrics. There's a lot of shit. I can tell you a lot of stuff that I have seen that I cannot explain. Some stuff that has happened to me that I cannot explain. Yes, AC units and speakers outside cause people in front, the side. Yeah, all kinds of stuff. I've seen all kinds of things. One day I'll sit here and tell you the stuff that I have seen. I have seen literally with my eyes, saw a dark figure jump from people to people. And every person that I saw that dark figure jump to, they begin to do contort. I got stories that I can tell you. I love tent revivals. I go to a tent revival now. But let's keep going because I'm supposed to be talking about spookism. Okay, so now, a lot of times when you're understanding the spirit of religion, there is a regalia that goes with it. There's a type of dress that goes with it, right? There are these things. You'll see it. You'll see it. Growing up Kojic, you see a lot. Absolutely. Don't get me started. Absolutely. I wish you wrote a book too. Maybe one day I get it done, right? But they reject anything outside of what it is that they're doing. Oh, and so the whole purpose of me telling you that. So I joined the ministry. Remember, he's a traveling evangelist. I joined his ministry. He ain't have no church. Found out that he was living in another little city outside here, about 45 minutes outside of Charlotte. I leave my good job. I leave my home to follow the ministry. My good job and my home to follow the ministry. I live for months, couple of months, I slept on a cot. Me and my husband and my children slept on a cot, slept on the floor in one of the members' apartment. We ate together, we put our monies together, and that's how we was going to live. He didn't have no church. But I left everything that I knew that was solid to follow this. We started having service in a hotel. It was just a few of us. The people that I connected with that were a part of his ministry were from Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, somewhere. They joined him too. Came to a city and state they had never been in. Blind faith. There I got to see true grassroots ministry and bullshit. Spookism. Okay. Because it was what the apostle, what the prophet said, what the man of God said. We were up at 2 o'clock in the morning, 3 o'clock in the morning, evangelism outside. Coats on, earmuffs on, gloves on, coffee to the kids in the college and the people outside, evangelism. We would be sleep on the floor. He would come on, beat on the door. Wake up! Wake up! And we had to get up and go evangelize outside. Doing the work of the ministry. Well, using the hotel, it was only like 6 or 7 of us by then, right? 6 or 7 families. Okay. So we had a hotel. We didn't have a lot of people coming in. So it was more us getting ourselves together for what we was going to do the following week. So we didn't raise too much money. And after a while of not raising enough money in the offering, Bishop say, everybody get to pack up. Everybody pack up. We pack up the truck. Everybody pack up their cars and put all the drums, because it was surf. Drums and the keyboards and stuff, put it in there, and we get ready to go. He'd say, go outside. So he get in the car, we leave. Then I find out that Bishop done skipped the hotel and didn't pay for the room because we didn't have enough money. But there was money it wasn't expensive. He could have used the money that he had, but he didn't. He left. We all left, didn't know that he did not pay and had not been paying. So our ministry wound up getting banned from the hotel, right? Several times. Wrong. So now we're all having church. We were told the devil. The reason why I know this is because his wife exposed him for being a charlatan. Kicked her out the church too. Kicked me out the church twice. But that's neither here nor there. So now we don't have a church or a place to fellowship because there's not enough money among all of us. Remember, I left my job. I ain't had no money. I didn't have a job. I was just doing whatever. So people were selling stuff, pawning stuff. Okay. She was tired of his foolishness, not just falseness, but foolishness. Okay. So now, here's where spookism comes into play, like in the worst way. Spookism comes into play. He had another prophet. The prophet. He said, the prophet is coming. The prophet is coming. And he's going to be here. So he flew in from wherever he was from where they were from, Philadelphia, Pittsburgh, wherever they were from. But they were actually from the town that we were in. But he had been living in another state for a while. So now this prophet comes to, hey, hi, King. This prophet comes. And so we're in, this prophet comes and we're having meetings about what we're going to do next. Okay. So my little hand, excuse me, prophet, bishop. Why do we need a facility? Why do we need why do we need that? We don't need that. We just go out and teach and evangelize like we've been doing. Right? That's what I said. I didn't think there was anything wrong with what I said. I said, we don't need that. Ain't this what God told us to do? What do we need that for? I'm talking now. I wasn't, I was very respectful. The prophet stood up and started speaking in tongues. He said, like that. He says, woman of God, you don't know about these things. You don't know about these things. Then started speaking in tongues and spoke death over me. I see an accident. I see that there's going to be an accident. Woman of God, do not speak against the man of God. There's going to be an accident. No, I was told there was going to be an accident and that I could lose my life, lose my children. And I have to be careful speaking against a man of God. God does not take that lightly. God may make me have an accident. However, you speak life over yourself. Right. They don't, they do everything the Bible tells them not to. Absolutely. And this is also the ministry that I didn't realize that he was trying to get me married to in the revival. In the revival, they decided, after me following them for about a week, he stayed 2 weeks actually. After me following him, they decided that one of his armor bearers would be a good husband for me, because I wasn't married yet, that he would be a good husband for me. And my husband, you know, who I did marry, we were dating back and forth, and we had broken up. And so now I'm single. I got my kids. They decided, this is what I found out after I was kicked out of church and was gone for a year after the church. I found out that they had decided that I would be a good wife for his armor bearer. So the prophecy that came that I was going to get married was that they were going to convince me that I needed to marry his armor bearer. But what my silly self did, well, I guess the only one they talking about I'm gonna marry is the one that I've been seeing, and I don't even really like him. I guess I'm just foolish enough to do it, so I go and get married to my boyfriend, you know, my ex. Messed up their whole program. So then they spent time trying to break us up. I didn't marry to spite him. I just thought that's who I was supposed to marry. I mean, I did, you know, I'm talking about spookism, right? So I said, okay, God, apparently you talk to the man of God and I don't know anything. The man of God know what's good for me. You spoke. And so I'm supposed to be getting married. The only one that I know that I'm supposed to get married to is this fool that I've been dating that ain't quite right. But I trust you, God. So I know I don't have no money. I know my man don't have no money. But I got this ATM card and I know there is no more money in my account. But if it's meant for me to get married, then I'm going to take my ATM card and put it into that ATM. I'm sitting in the ATM driveway, mind you, in the car. I slide my card into the ATM and get out money. Hey, change that. I get money. I didn't have no account where, you know, they'll send you the money and then, you know, it goes to the negative. No, it was, ain't no money in there. You don't get no money out. I put my card in there and literally money came out. So I call him and say, hey, I guess we gonna get married. I got the money. He didn't even have money to get married. We go to the Justice of the Peace and get married. And then there was a whole set of things that Spirit told me to do, you know, but I did it anyway. I ignored what my higher self, my Holy Spirit, my spirit team told me, and I married him anyway. Right. But they were arranging marriages. So they try to infiltrate every part of your life. Every part of your life. They arrange these things. So you have to learn how to keep your wits about you. Okay. Now I got married. It was a cult behavior. Yeah, I got married to him. And then they put me out to church because I done talked about him before on here. He was a crackhead. So all of my stories about my ex who was a crackhead, that was when I was in church. In that ministry or after that ministry. Oh yeah, he was a crackhead. Yeah, he was I didn't even know he was a crackhead. And his sister was my best friend, and she didn't tell me that he was on crack. That's another whole story. Another whole story. Another whole story. Another whole story. He hid it until we got married. But Spirit told me, the Holy Spirit told me that he was. But I didn't know that's what it was. I just know he would get missing. I didn't know what he was doing. That's why we kept breaking up. I didn't know what was going on. I had not been exposed to that. I've had alcoholics in my family, but I didn't know nothing about no drugs. And his sister, who was my best friend at the time, did not bother to tell me that that was going on with her brother. Because he lived out of town, he moved back home. She just told me he was a man of God and that he's really good. He just need a woman to help him stay, you know, on the straight and narrow. I didn't even know my best friend had a brother. She never talked about her brother. She always talked about her sister. I said, like, who is this dude? Oh, that's my brother. I should have known, but I didn't. No, she was not a friend. She was not a friend to me. But I should have known, but I didn't. I trusted my friend. I trusted people. I trusted my pastor. I trusted the leadership, right? That's who I am today, is as a result of the experiences that I had when I blindly trusted and had faith in people and things in the system. Now, you can't tell me there's some things I'm just not going to do, baby. What? Your life contains things that some uncomfortable has been restricted. Reason regulated good. What regulated good? They get on my damn nerves.
Oh my God.
I don't even know what they're talking about. Okay.
Good.
So.
Oh, we need to go.
So you understand what I'm saying? So the person that I am. Thank you for the hearts. The person that I am now is as a result of the experiences that I had in church and religions, in cults, blind faith. And when I say cult, I don't mean somebody over in the woods in a homestead cult. I'm talking about in church. Bracelet head mentioned. I don't even know what it was. You see. So now, when I talk about spookism, I know what spookism is. And I can see the spirit of religion in spookism. Or I can see spookism, in the spirit of religion. Because spirit of religion is very big. They walk hand in hand. Many times people who are occultic type leaders, right? People who deal in spookism, they also carry this energy. I'll call it the Pharisees. If you understand the Bible or anything, they're like the Pharisee. They look at me, look at me, look at me. I'm the one. Don't look at anything else. Look at me. I know. I sit here. I study. I research. I know these things. I am the one. Right? I've worked hard to be in this position. I have a phylactery on my head that tells you that I'm holy. I'm holy at this time. Da 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 b b b b b b b. Right? That's the kind of stuff. Right? And they deal on the frequency of fear. Right? Okay. So now, when we talk about, let's get to the other one. So we talk metaphysics, spookism, and metaphysics. Right? And so when you understand metaphysics, okay, when you understand how the philosophical study of spirituality, understanding nature and how nature interacts in reality and how things happen in outside of those, the greater beyond, right? The when you think of metaphysics, meta, outside of, that's why Facebook's called meta, outside of the physical, right? Beyond the thing. Everything that we have has a metaphysical connection to. Everything creates everything that is in the earth realm. This earth realm, this 3D, the earth realm, has a metaphysical beyond the earth realm connection. As above, so below. Right? Vice versa. Is that Hermes Trismegistus? Hermes 3 times great. Talks about that or concept in the Emerald Tablets. This hoodoo ain't all I know. Okay, so do you understand? Yes, law of correspondences, right? The law, when we talk about universal principles, the law of reciprocity, right? The law of cause and effect, the law of oneness. You understand? The things outside or greater than this 3D, this reality, right? Metaphysics, right? The science behind it. Got it? Metaphysics generally asks why. Metaphysics asks how. Metaphysics gets you to or causes you to look into the reasons why. Spookism doesn't. It's this way because I said so. Don't ask why, because to ask why means that you're in doubt. Don't ask why. That means to question your authority. Spookism, religion. Metaphysics deals with your auric field and your energy field and vibrations and rhythms and sequence, right? Patterns, waves, how things move, ebb and flow, and how it interacts and interrelates to nature. Well, the Bible does say ask what you will, but in context. You see? So, when you're dealing with metaphysics, and when you are in whatever spiritual system you're in, metaphysics gives you freedom. There's a level of freedom in metaphysics that you don't get in spookism. Right? There is, so like in hoodoo and in certain Congo religious expressions, we use the Bakongo cosmogram, right? The Bakongo cosmogram. So where you get there, it helps you to, and I've given you guys this. I need to get my lip gloss feel like it. Well, I know in Ifa you have your I'll just call it plate. That's what I'll just call it. You have your surface, and you do your divination on the plate. Your womb. In hoodoo, you have the Bakongo cosmogram. And in that universe, whether it's where you do your divination, it's the womb, it's the universe, right? It's the cross section of spiritual pathways, right? The highway of information where codes reside, the direct and indirect existence, the dyot, the existence that is all around things. Where a thing is in dyot, right? Right? So there's what's in the shadows is part of the picture, right? It's just like when you read a cloud. You look at the clouds, but you look at, I call it the anti-cloud, the spaces in between. The space in between is as important as the thing that you're looking at. Metaphysics. Considering all of the possibilities. Metaphysics. In spookism, there's only one way, one possibility. I know this is totally off topic, but it's so heartwarming to hear the baby like, he's back here watching videos and jumping all over my couch. I'm getting ready to throw something at him in a minute. So when you are looking at the equilateral cross, I think they call it the Celtic cross, or the equilateral cross. This is the vertices, right? It is the y'all remember when you was in school and in math class and you did your graph paper? You remember the graph paper we used to have with all the little squares on it? and you had to plot the axis. You got your X and your Y axis. Don't do my homie like that. Yeah, all right. Y'all remember that? And you know, you had to figure out, you know, different plot, you know, where things are, and you draw your line, you know, your X and your Y axis. Is that what it's called? Quadratics? I can remember. You know, it's been a long time since I've been in school. The universe. The universe. Each line, each axis, whether it's the X or the Y axis, is a pathway. The space in between is dot. Change that. All that screaming. The space is in between.
Like this space?
No, you find a cartoon that is acceptable. You know I'm going to come over there and change it. He is a blessing, but I'm going to knock him out. Right? Y'all see my glass? Y'all see that? Ain't that nice? Anyway, you can get it off my web. I hadn't put it on my website yet. Damn. I got a coffee mug too. Kaden, do me a favor. Come here. Hold on, y'all. Okay, listen. Go in the kitchen and get my white cup with my face on it.
Okay.
You got it? It's right there on the counter.
No.
Yeah.
I found it.
You found it?
Yes. It got a spoon in it.
It got a spoon in it.
Yeah. Oh.
Okay. This is Mama Sunfire, the Mixtures Maven. This is on my website. I have not put
Did you show it though?
this on my website yet. Sunfire. So, okay. So now, your metaphysics, understanding universal laws, understanding creative forces, understanding your energy field, your frequencies, your patterns, your consciousness, metaphysics. Right? When you look down or look at, if you're looking at the Bakongo cosmogram, you're actually looking at DNA from the top of the spiral down. That's what Source told me. I don't know if anybody else is saying that. That's what Source told me. And Source told me that when I had my experience with Metatron and the darkness. You're looking at the spiral, your double helix, your DNA from the top, from the universe. You're looking at the top of it down. And when you look at it, it looks like that Bakongo cosmogram. And to work with it, you work in the was it in the to the left? What do you call it? To the left, to the right, to the left. What do you call it? To the left. Well, I can't even go to the left. I can't even get the word out. When you look at it, you go to the left. Clockwise, counterclockwise. There it is. Counterclockwise. I couldn't get it out. Right? And understanding that it goes counterclockwise from the center of the spiral, just like a tornado. It spirals out. And then this is what you see. This is the vortex. I have plants everywhere. I've seen sacred geometry meet, gather in our solar system to create. Absolutely. Metaphysics. The Fibonacci sequence. Right? Understanding these things. Understanding how even plants, y'all know I'm an herbalist, even plants, and seeing how many plants, especially those that are asters, from the aster family, like dandelion and cat's ear and chicory and many others, how they have a rosette their leaves are in a rosette, in a circle, but they start from the center and they go out, right? Certain plants do that. They grow from the center, right? And they spiral out. Understanding metaphysics in that way. Metaphysics is diametrically opposed to spookism. It's the gap, it's the bridge between that and real magic, right? Metaphysics, you ask why, you examine, you have relationship with all of the parts. You got purple passion growing. This is the reaction, the relationship you have with all of the parts. It is knowing that, and here's where some people differ. Their magic is some people's magic is not real magic. It's superstition connected with certain spiritual practices. It's not real magic. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's not real magic. It's I'll give you an example. I'm gonna give it to you. Y'all gonna be mad at me. I know they're gonna be mad at me for real now. I'm getting ready to give it to you. This is the knife. Can you naturally have magic? Magic is all around us. You think magic is not science supports magic. It's all around us. Some things we call magic is not really magic. It's just the lack of understanding its origin and how it works. But we know that it works. Okay, here's an example. I asked y'all a couple of years ago, or last year, year before last, I asked y'all, and I need y'all to answer this. It's past the first of the month, but considering blowing cinnamon in your front door. Now, people are blowing cinnamon out their front door, but the wisdom would be to blow cinnamon in your front door if you're using it to draw magic or blessings to you. Have y'all heard of that? Have y'all seen it? Have y'all heard of it? No, I wouldn't do both, but y'all have heard it, right? I asked y'all on social media last year, year before last, where did that practice come from? Where did it come from? Pre-COVID, where did that blowing cinnamon in your front door come from? It's a metaphysical practice, not an ancestral one, but they were trying to say it was. No, it ain't come from hoodoo. Blowing cinnamon. Nature, witch, someone on TikTok making a trend. Do you see, have you all seen anybody blow cinnamon in their front door before COVID? Go back as far as you can. Pre-COVID. Egypt. I know that cinnamon was used, but that practice, yes, I have. Where? Where? My boss, who is an oracle, always does in her home. Sprinkle cinnamon? I ain't never seen nobody sprinkle or blow cinnamon prior to COVID. In 2022. But people swear by it. They do it every month. Why does it work for some? It's a trend. It works for some. But why does it work? Why does it work? Why would it work? Put it like that. Why would it work? What makes it work? You can turn a corn straw broom into a cinnamon broom. You can use a cinnamon broom. Cinnamon does, it warms. But I'm just talking about, you're right. Our ancestors wasn't blowing no damn cinnamon in the damn front door. Do you know how much cinnamon cost? It was a commodity. It was an imported good. Cinnamon comes from the bark of a tree. They don't have cinnamon trees here. So it had to be a commodity. And if it was a commodity, it was expensive. What person you know gets cinnamon and blow it in? What ants? Who? Where'd that come from? Rice? That might be another thing. Cotton? That might be another thing. Tobacco? Depend on where you live. Yes, because people believe it works. People believe it works, it works. It's from a tree from Sri Lanka, Ceylon. And then there's cassia. Cassia, I don't know where cassia trees are or whatever the name of it is. They don't grow in America. They don't grow here. Cinnamon does have beneficial energy properties. But I'm just talking about, we didn't see this. But this is what we believe to be a thing. It has become a trend and people do it. Is it wrong? Nope. It ain't wrong to do. You can do it if you want to. That's fine. We put Carolina clay at the door or brick dust at the door. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Ain't gonna hurt nothing. If you believe it work, it's gonna work. South America? Okay. It comes from South America? Okay. Yeah. Just don't claim that it's ancestral. You're right. It ain't ancestral. It ain't your ancestry anyway. It ain't ancestral. Stop it. It's a practice that one has done. They added it to their repertoire of metaphysical things that they do. For me, I don't blow cinnamon in. I like throwing 3 feng shui coins under your mat, Chinese rich. Yeah, because people, glean from other cultures and stuff a lot of times. Sometimes it's so enmeshed together you can't really tell where one, right? Some things, not everything, but some things. Okay, so your metaphysics. It works with your intention, your desire. Every intention you have, every desire you have, every emotion you have, every thought you have, every action you do is a code. You pull all of those codes together, you have a chain of information. Each individual thing represents a number or an energy. You string them together, it becomes a long strand code, message. Change that. Code. Yeah, I don't, that's weird. This don't sound right. Do you understand what I'm saying? So understanding metaphysics. Hey, CP Griffin. So when you understand the code, you remember I gave y'all an example What's the difference between numbers and sacred geometry and light codes? Now, I've seen light codes. I don't know the difference in the light codes. I don't know that. Right? Numbers are numbers, right? I don't know. In sacred geometry, it all has numerical code, binary code, right? Each code of light, each light has a numerical code. I'm not talking about computer code, right? And the hexamal or whatever it's called code. I'm talking about every color has a number code associated with it because of its frequency. And its frequency is related to its pattern. And that pattern has a wave, right? And so that pattern and wave has a rhythm. And thusly that rhythm is connected to that that rhythm has a pattern, and that pattern has a wave, and that wave creates air, and that air is spirit or breath. So when you say things, when you do things, they all have code, and they all are code. Just like your computer code. Right now, I'm getting ready to go to Bible Gateway. So when you copy a link, that link you copied is a code that leads you directly to a thing. It tells you what the thing is. So I was reading a scripture on Bible Gateway. It says the code to what I was reading is BibleGateway.com/passage/?search equals Malachi, % 203, the ampersand, or is that an ampersand? The and sign version equals KJV. That's a code. Programmer. It's a program. So once you get all the codes together, it's a program. That's how it runs. It's identifier. It says this thing is made up of all of these sections. This is the road map back to this thing. That's how the internet. That's my favorite Bible site. Is it? Deep and low, red to high and light purple, like the chakras and the rainbow. Absolutely. So now I don't know specifics on the light codes, right? Because I don't really do light codes. But what I can tell you is that numerically, these things are all connected. Y'all got that? They're all connected. It's a code. So y'all remember the story that I told y'all? Who remembers the story about the cake? Y'all remember the story about the cake? Or the stew? I talk about the stew or the soup. The stew or soup or the cake. Y'all remember those stories?
Yeah, let's start over.
Each chakra holds a vibration and color, which is energy centers. Absolutely. Ooh, excuse me, y'all. In my notes somewhere. Okay. Say, Lux Lady wants to make a pot of soup.
Oh, this is golden.
So you're going to make some chicken soup, Lux Lady. Y'all help Lux Lady with a recipe for chicken soup. What goes in chicken soup? Tell me. How do you make it? Thank you for the heart, y'all. How do you make chicken soup? Kaden. Never mind. I'm good. Never mind. Yeah, I don't see y'all answering anything. I can't tell if y'all answer. What's the first thing you put in chicken soup? What's the first ingredient you use to make chicken soup? There you go. There you go. It popped in. Chicken. Root doctor say carrots, celery, chicken, eggs, noodles, or dumplings and seeds. Okay, that sounds good. We need to come to your house and eat. What else? I need help. I don't know how to make it. Water. Or for some people, chicken stock. Yes, water, broth, celery. Everybody's saying that. Yeah, I see it now. It just popped up. It took forever. It took a long time. Okay, now, so you got all your ingredients, right? Just like Root Doctor said, all of your ingredients, your vegetables. Some people put potatoes in it. I put beans in mine. Okay, I'm just saying. Now, onions, garlic, you know, the whole 9 yards. So you put water is the first thing, or broth is the first thing you use, right? First thing. That's the universe. Or, excuse me, water is the first thing you use. But the thing that nobody talked about was the pot.
It's not like Pac-Man.
What's the pot? The cauldron. Got to put it in something. So individually, yes, from scratch, I was raised with grands and great grands. I could cook. Good. Thank you. It was a pot. So now into your pot, you put water. The staple, the main thing, the foundation that you're going to build upon. Is a carrot a potato? Is a potato celery? Is a potato noodle? What about your seasonings? Nope. Some people put Lowry. Somebody put Tony Satchery. Some people put basil and stuff. No. They're all each individual things with their own universe, with their own dynamic, with their own code, right? Potato, a noodle, chicken. In each thing, they have some connection to the universe. But a potato is a potato, right? You take all of these individual ingredients that stand as their own independent universe, and they be who they be, and you put them into the water. Now you can make chicken soup, sorta, without heat, but I don't know how that's gonna come off. But what's important is heat. All different, but they coming together for one particular purpose. And when you put them all together, they create a body. Absolutely. That body that started off as just water in a pot now has all of the phytonutrients that each individual universe had within itself. In root work, or excuse me, in herbalism, water is a solvent. It's a medium, right? Menstruum. That's your menstruum. Water is your menstruum, right? It extracts the DNA, the code of the thing that was put in it. Y'all hear me? Turn that down, buddy. Alexa, volume down by 2. Right? So now your water now is infused with the genetic, or programmed with the genetic information of everything that was put in it. Good morning. Now, what would happen, right, if after you cook your soup, your whole purpose is to fill yourself, manifestation, right? To feed yourself and to feed your children, right? For the purpose of elevation, for the purpose of healing your body, right? Right? That's the purpose of you doing it. So you have created a universe that is going to now do your will. You've created for lack of a better term, a deity. You have created a spirit that now will do your will, will do the thing that you want it to do. I'll just say spirit. That spirit now has everything that you have pulled together in it. Now, if you were to take your ladle and go in there and get your vegetables and you put it in your bowl and eat it, what has now happened? What has now happened? What happens when you eat it? What happened? You can't hear it? Volume up by 2. Alexa, volume up by 2. The law of mentalism you created. Absolutely. Your body absorbs all of the information that you just created. You sort of become possessed by it. It now becomes a part of you. Yep. It becomes a part of you. You created a thing. Right? Bringing all of these components together. And you made a thing. Not just fuel. Yes, fuel. For you to be able to operate and function. This is how magic works. Using metaphysics. Not spookism. Spookism chokes the life out of magic. Yes, you take on the contents. You have a desire. You pull together all of the components that will help you realize, activate, create your heart's desire. What it is that you desire. The outcome, the expected outcome. And when you ingest it, I was going to say it, Auntie, you become that thing. This is why you are what you eat is a reality. You are what you eat. And we eat from different portals. Hey, Muse. We eat through different portals. I'm coffee right now. I need some coffee too, Chad. I ain't had my coffee for today. Tell me the portals, the gateways, the openings that you eat from. Tell me. What are the portals, the gateways, the openings that you eat from your heart? What else? What else? Your eyes, absolutely. Your mind, your ears, right. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yes. Did you know that your skin reads information? Your skin, while you are asleep, is aware and it reads information. Are you aware that your hair detects information? It reads or it absorbs, it processes information. Your body responds to the stimuli that's around. So you process You can feel an angry person. You can feel the energy. You can feel when someone's depressed. Yes, I cut it and can now feel it stand on end. Absolutely. Right? So you have to not only be mindful of what you actually feed your body, because whatever you feed your body, you become. So if you feed your body foods that are nutritionally poor, or foods that have no nutritional value, or foods that are anti-growth, I should say, foods that do not elevate the body, foods that have no life in it, you heap onto yourself, or you absorb the energy that's from there, the nutrients or the lack of nutrients, you absorb that into your body, and your body responds to the things that you put in it. So look at yourself right now. Look at your body. Look at your health. Some things, people are born with things, and I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what you yourself put into your body. So, this is what you have created. Bye-bye Oreos. Man, I ate some skins last night. Wasn't good for me. Okay? I'm talking about as a rule, what you habitually do, what you eat as a regular, as a rule, what you do all the time. Something you do all the time, right? If you drink alcohol all the time, what's going to happen to you? If you smoke cigarettes regularly all the time, what's going to happen to you? If you ingest smoke into your lungs, what's going to happen to you? If you eat fast food all the time, what's going to happen to you? Yeah, it's a gluttonous spirit, but understand what I'm saying. So now, if you eat foods that are nutritionally dense, that are healthy for you, that have good code in it, what happens to you? Doesn't mean that you're going to live forever if just because you eat healthy. I know healthy people who changed their diet. While they was fat, they was okay. And then they changed their diet, they died.
Hey, yo.
That's not anything to say about the healthiness. It's because the body became accustomed to and fought back. Didn't want. The body warred against the new information. Do you think not eating nightshade veggies is spookism? No, I don't. I mean, hell, I like tomatoes. Tomatoes are nightshade. I mean, shit. But I'm talking about balance. You can be a vegan. I was a raw vegan, believe it or not, for almost 7 years. It was 6.5 years, 6 years, 6.5 years. Raw. 90% raw. I extended my life because I changed my diet. However, it became a religion to me, and it threw me off balance. I couldn't eat certain things. I didn't process it correctly. Right? So I'm talking balance. People can eat meats. I'm not for you. No, you can't eat meat. Balance. Your health, your diet really should not completely comprise of all meats. Each damn food, but eat your food in balance where your body can process it, break it down, give it time. Don't chew your food a couple of chomps and then swallow. You know what I'm saying? I know people that do that. They eat and just swallow their food and they don't chew it. They don't masticate it, right? So that's another story. We have to get into that some other time. But understanding what real, I want y'all to understand what real magic is. If you are working in spookism, you're not functioning in real magic. If you don't understand metaphysics, you're not functioning in real magic. Yeah, they got to eat fast in school and it's not good for them. Creates digestion issues. Real magic deals with spiritual laws. Real magic deals with natural forces. Ones who work real magic understands how to integrate spiritual laws and natural forces. They know how to work these things. They know how to navigate. They know how to substitute one thing for another. Have you ever seen Big Mama Nim cook or Noah cook have you ever seen somebody cook in a jar? Cook a cake in a jar. You ever seen cakes in a jar? I did cakes in a jar. You have to understand your ingredients, what your formulation comprise of, how you do that. You have to understand heat, understand your utensil or your receptacle or the thing that you use. So when we go back to the example I was talking about the stew or the soup, there are other components that are essential or necessary, but there are other things that are necessary, and there are some that can be negotiated and navigated around. So in order for you to eat your soup, there's some things that have to happen that you have not anticipated. 1, you got to have a pot. 2, you need something to stir it with. 3, you need a bowl, but you can drink out of a spoon. You can turn it up. 4, you need heat. 5, you need a stove or something to cook it on. 6, you need a house to cook it on unless you're homeless and you're cooking it outside. You need electricity or gas. You needed money to be able to buy it. There are things that go into being able to create the magic that you need in order to function. People who do not understand all of the things that lie around that are essential to their environment, essential to their universe, essential to their crafting of their magic, when they do not consider the other things, they fall short. They do it in part. Can you eat soup without a spoon? You can't eat it with a fork, but you can drink it out the bowl. There's a story. Let me see if I can find it, y'all. Hold on a minute. It's the story about who was that? I can't think of who it was. Was it Abraham? I think it was Abraham. What had happened was Abraham was told to leave his father's family and go find his own family. Go take his own family to it and go to a new land. Okay. So he gathered everybody on his road. I think this is the same story. I may be meshing them together, but just go with me on this. Maybe confusing this story with another story. But at the end of the day, right? The people that were with him were thirsty. I don't know if it was Caleb. I don't know who it was. I forgot. They were thirsty. And so he was telling them that our destination is yay off. They go by a body of water and somebody say, hey, Moses, Caleb, whichever one it is, listen, there's water right here. We're thirsty. Raise your stick and make this water pure, because it was bitter. Moray, I think they called it. Or Mora. Mora means bitter. Turn this water into sweet water so we can drink it. So he decides, hey, the crowd, y'all, okay, I'll do it. I'll turn it into to sweet water. So the people, this is what Source showed me while I was reading this scripture. I don't even remember if it was in the scripture. This is just what I gathered. So the people went out into the water to drink. Now you tell me, what does that look like? If you're thirsty and you need water, and the water has now been made sweet, it could have been salt water, it could have been stagnant water, I don't know. But the water, you're thirsty, and now you have water that you can drink, but you have to drink from the riverside. What happens? What happens when you have to go, when you drink out of the river? What happens? It's real easy. It's not hard. What happens? What does that look like? Thank you for the heart, y'all. What does that look like? I don't know if you guys are answering because it takes a while for this to catch up. I don't know what it's doing. Say you with a group of people and y'all out camping. Pollution. No, it's been made sweet now, sugar. It's sweet, right? It's fresh. You can drink from it, right? The water was bitter. You couldn't drink from it. They made it sweet. It quenches your thirst, but how do you get the water into your mouth? What do you have to do in order to drink it? I think that's what I'm asking. What do you have to do? If the water has been made sweet for you, you have to use your hands. What else you got to do? You got to cup your hands. What else? The act of scooping up to your face. Yes. What else happens? What happens? Y'all know the answer. Y'all know the answer. Just not thinking. What if you at the beach and there's all that sand out there and you want to get in the water? What do you got to do? This is natural. This is not a trick question. What you got to do? Walk into it. You got to walk into it. Get out there. You say use your brain. You got to walk to the water. What happens when you walk to the water? You get wet. You get your feet dirty. Even if you got on shoes, your shoes get wet, your feet get dirty. You stand on the edge of the water and you bend over and you scoop the water up. Your clothes get wet. The bottom of your clothes get wet. Some people fall over in it. Right? You got it? Y'all got it? Now you got sweet water. Your thirst is quenched. Right? And you come back out the water. So now what happens when you are wet? Your shoes are wet, your feet are wet, and you come out the water. What happens? What happens to you? How do you look? Yeah, you could feel a chill. What else? It's easy. It's not deep. It's not deep. Don't go deep. You're wet, but what happens when you're wet? What happens when you're wet? I see dripping. I see wet, drenched. What happens? It's simple. Think about it. Not renewed. Your clothes cling to you. You get cold. You could. You feel cold. You could. Sickness, possibly. I don't know what sickness come in, but it's not to say it doesn't. You get dirty. You get dirty. You walk through the dirt to get to the water. You drink your water, you get full. You come back out, you get dirty. Your clothes are wet, it gets dirty. Dirt attracts. Now, while you may be full or not thirsty, you're dirty, you're filthy. You're filthy. You got sand in your shoes. This is why on the beach, you go to the beach, right? You get wet, right? Okay? Because your feet are already, if your feet are dry, when you're on the beach, you can dust the dirt off. But you still be dirty, but you can dust it off. But you go to the water, you get wet, you come back, the sand sticks to you. Now the sand is in your shoes, sand stuck on your leg. And what happens? You walk, you pick up all of your items, and you got sand all over your legs and in your feet and in your shoes. You go to the pier, and they usually have showers where you can rinse yourself back off, right? Right?
Hey, yo.
All the dirt, right? It does kind of follow you back home. You see what I'm saying? Now you got dirt in everything. Right? Now, it gets all over your car and starts to fall, and you start finding it for days after everywhere. Hey, Millicent. You get it. Now, the story goes that the people who were asking for water, I guess it's Moses, turns the water sweet. They go in, they lap up the water, they drink up the water, they get wet, they come back out of the water. Now they're filthy dirty. And then they continue their journey until they get to the town that Moses was telling them was down the road. He kept telling them, hey, the town down the road, won't you just wait a minute? You'll get something to drink at the town. When they get to the town, they find 12 cisterns. A cistern is a well, kind of like a well. 12, one for each tribe. They find 12 wells, and they go to the well. And then what do you do at a well? You stand there and you roll your bucket down, and you bring your bucket back up with water, and you either pour it in your hand and you drink, or you pour it in some sort of receptacle or something and you drink out of it. Y'all get it? No. So the learning lesson is, with that, and not understanding the magic, you compromise yourself. You compromise the integrity of the thing that you desire. You get the thing, but you also get the other things that you don't anticipate. Many times when you're doing half-ass spiritual work, or you're flowing in spookism, it's adulterated. It's corrupted. But if you take the time to go through the process, learning the things around you, learning how they relate and interact together and interrelate, then you can stand before the fountain or the well and draw from it in its entirety, from the purpose that it was to draw from, without it being laborious and without soiling yourself. Yes, every element has a healing property. Didn't say you didn't get any healing. I'm talking about as it pertains to real magic. Spookism corrupts real magic. See, people think that spookism is the getting in there and getting the dirty. Thank you, Root. It's getting dirty. It's getting there. You got to do this. No, real spirituality is being able to stand flat-footed in the center of the universe and call to you the things that you are in alignment with. That's what real magic is. Real magic is knowing the frequency, the pattern, the code, what each individual thing is and what is required to maintain that individual thing and how they interact together with all of the other things. That's real magic. That's how you manifest things. Your real magic is having the knowledge and apply the knowledge that you have with precision, with power, in wisdom. See, spookism, you can have knowledge. Real magic is when you have wisdom. And knowledge is okay to have, but knowledge is nothing without wisdom. The thing that bridges the gap is understanding the above and the below, the relationship, the metaphysics of it, understanding the knowledge. Understanding the knowledge. More so, I should say, let me just say this. Spookism is misunderstanding the knowledge. Let's say that. Spookism is taking a piece of what it is and then corrupting that thing and saying it's that. Or not understanding the thing. It's like people who read the Bible, or I'll say Christians, people who think they know the Bible, don't know shit, don't know the word, don't understand it in its context, don't understand the history around it, don't understand even the first thing about the history of what it is that they believe. They don't know the history of their denomination. They don't know the history of Christianity. They don't know nothing. It's the same way with people in other religions. They don't know shit. They just follow behind it. I'm just following. I'm just going to follow. I'm a follower. I'm a lemming. And then I'm going to perpetuate spookism because I have not built a relationship with each individual thing to know the thing. Don't bother to learn shit. Don't know nothing. My grandma said, wouldn't know they ass from a hole in the ground. Believe everything they see. Now, let me tell you something. With AI, listen, this should be the time that you do more studying than ever before. Because with AI, sometimes you can't discern the real from the fake. Change it. Change it. It's hard to use. Sometimes some of these video games that these kids got, they look so real.
I'm real.
You real? They look so real. You don't even know.
I mean, I'm real.
CGI and all that stuff. You don't even know. And they become more and more real. Why? So that it can fool you and make you think that the lie is the truth. Or to completely erase what is true and give you the lie and present it to you in a way that looks so real that you will follow that and not do any other research. Not build any other relationship, a relationship with any other thing. Didn't COVID teach y'all anything? People want the illusion. COVID didn't teach y'all nothing. What did you learn from COVID? What did y'all learn from COVID? About simple things. What did y'all learn about life from COVID? It's not deep. It's not a trick question. What did you learn? I learned a lot. Taught me to step out of the box I was put in. Absolutely. Family is important. Absolutely. Absolutely, Steve. That is right. Family is important. People don't wash their hands. That's the truth. Most of what we know and how we are living is not natural. Absolutely. Don't believe the trend. And it's getting harder and harder not to believe it. That's intentional. Do you understand? I learned that y'all remember in COVID when people were flocking to the grocery store and they were getting water and toilet tissue? Y'all remember that? Thank you. Was that Vibrania? Thank you. Y'all remember that? I don't know. It took a little bit before people start saying, well, if we gonna get something, let's get supplements, let's get medicine, let's get diapers, let's get, formula for babies. That people they was getting toilet tissue. What the fuck are you gonna do with toilet tissue? You got clothes in your closet. You can have toilet tissue if that's what you want. People are living life on autopilot. Absolutely. Hoarding. Yeah, they wasn't getting so. I was like, what? Do my own research because the system will lie to us and sacrifice us. Absolutely. It showed others how the television was controlled. One of the main things I learned about COVID is how people have the inability to be able to sustain themselves outside of what the economy and government provides. People were losing their shit. Do you hear me? They were losing their life. People didn't know how to grow food. They didn't know how to eat from the land. They didn't know how to make a biscuit without all the stuff. They couldn't do nothing. What I was gonna do? I can't go to the grocery store. I worked in a grocery store for a while, and there were people. I had a young person that came, Lord Jesus, great day in the morning. This young lady came to the store and we had fruit in there. It had dirt on the fruit. She said, the fruit is dirty. It was oranges. The fruit is dirty. It's got dirt on it. I ain't gonna eat that. That's got dirt on it. What? It come from outside. That's got dirt on it. She picked out the oranges and that. Most people think that groceries and food come from the grocery store. They don't have a relationship with food to know that food comes from the earth. And animals. I hear people talking about, you're sacrificing animals in African spirituality. Oh my God. Oh, that's the wrong thing to do. But you ain't said nothing about that ham sandwich and that biscuit. That hamburger you eating. How you get that damn steak? You can't do that. But you ain't mad at looking, because in nature, well, the lion just ate the damn antelope. Was you gonna be mad at the lion? I'm lucky to come from a family of farmers and built. Absolutely, man. I learned my lesson. Listen, let me tell y'all something. I lived on a farm during COVID, because what else was I going to do? And as an herbalist, I went there on the farm because we were quarantined. So I was living out in nature, enjoying myself, eating from the land, having a good old time, dealing with nature, dealing with the damn snakes, dealing with the doggone skunks, okay? Dealing with the little, whatever them things was running across the, spiders, wolf spiders, and what's them things? Black widow spiders. I got stung on the neck by some doggone wasps, right? I still loved it. I ain't gonna tell no lie. Now, I've been a herbalist for a while, and I had no idea that rice was a seed. What? Rice came in a pack that I got in the grocery store. Even as a hoodoo practitioner, it didn't even dawn on me that rice was a seed. It didn't. I knew they used rice and, it's a seed. It didn't, listen, as much as I like rice, I didn't put the two together until I had to plant some of them son of a guns. Yes, I just thought of the rice paddy field. Yeah, I didn't think about it. I got pictures of me. If I took my phone, found them damn pictures of me planting, I'm sitting there in the greenhouse with a tray, and I had a bag of Carolina Gold rice down from Charleston. I was planting Carolina Gold rice. I'm sitting there taking a grain of rice, dropping it down in the dirt, in the little starter trays. And then when they got big enough, we planted them in the ground. I learned how to make a rice paddy and what is required to maintain rice. I grew rice in a kiddie pool, in a swimming pool. And to watch life go from a seed, potential energy, and put it into the womb of the earth, and then in the fullness of time, see a blade, a leaf come up, and then I'm able to harvest the thing that I just put. What? That's magic. You didn't know it started how this pattern. I'm telling you. That's magic. That is working in harmony with natural forces and elemental forces. That's amazing. And the work. Listen, people don't understand when you work within patterns. What's magic is being able to, have y'all ever used a farmer's almanac? Y'all know what a farmer's almanac is? Got the moon cycles, right? Talks about harvesting, your zone, where you live in. Talks about weather, all kinds of stuff. Yes, I live by it. That's how I practice with the season. Absolutely. This is how our ancestors practice, understanding the seasons. There are some foods that is best to harvest at night. Do you understand what I'm saying? Being able to work within nature, within natural forces, so that you can bring the thing that you desire into fruition. Your mama used it for numbers? God dang, yeah. People did that too. The almanac is hoodoo. I agree. I agree. Can I tell y'all how expansive the universe is by this one example? Can I give it to you? It never fails. It's unending, it's infinite. Let me explain to you what infinite is. This is what infinite is. I was on the farm. Baba Bernard, he was the farmer over the farm. Thank you for the heart, y'all. Baba Bernard gave me a plastic Ziploc bag full of watermelon seeds. I told y'all this before. Full of watermelon seeds. He said I had a raised bed about the size of a twin bed, the length and width of a twin bed. That was my raised bed. He gave me the bag of seeds, watermelon seeds, and told me to go plant the seeds. I said, okay. So he showed me how to space my holes apart from each other, right? So you take where you want to start your first hole, and I put my foot, right? And just about an inch above my foot, I put a hole. First hole, my foot, a little space, a hole. Put my foot, a little space, a hole. And put my seed in there. So I just was doing what he told me to do. He said, go plant these seeds. Okay. So I go through the entire bed I had 3 rows. He also told me, because of making mistakes, because I would plant a seed before into the hole, covered up, plant a seed. He told me don't do that because I had to dig up all them seeds one time. So he said, you plant a seed, you leave the hole open, you plant your other one, go with it, leave it all open. Don't bury the seed. Then once you get finished, go back and cover up the holes. So I was doing that. Okay. So I go back, put all the holes. I didn't know you left them open. I left them open until it was time to close them. Right? But it was for a reason. So I go through the entire bed. Remember I told you it's the size of a twin bed. Okay? 3 rows. So I go back to him with my little bag. Only a few watermelon seeds in there. He said, well, all these damn watermelon seeds. So what you mean? He said, what you do with all the watermelon seeds? I said, I planted it. Hey, Shan. He said, all those watermelon seeds? Yeah, just like you showed me. He told me, get your ass over there and get, huh?
Can I get something to eat?
You ate already.
But I'm still hungry.
You want to eat some more?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll make you something to eat.
I want some boiled eggs.
You want some boiled eggs?
Yes.
And what else?
And that's it.
You want a piece of sausage?
Yes.
Okay, well, give me a little minute. I did. I put them just about all of the whole bag. He told me to get my ass back over there and get all them damn seeds up. He told me I only needed 3 seeds. I said 3 seeds. Luckily, I didn't close the holes up. So I was able to go back and get all his seeds back. No, but he didn't tell me that. He didn't tell me that. Okay, I was just following the direction. He didn't tell me that. He told me after the fact, he told me I only needed 3 seeds. And I'm looking at him like, why do I need 3 seeds? He said, get over there to that bed, get all my seeds out. He said, and put 3 holes in there. Top, middle, and the end. He says, you only need 3 seeds. I would have been digging had I closed them things up. Okay. He said, that's all you need. What you mean? That's all I need. It's only 3. He said, watermelon is a vine. Watermelon grows on a vine. He said, that whole vine, the watermelon, 3 of them, it's going to cover up this whole bed. I'm like, what are you talking about? Sure enough, the watermelon started growing. And it would grow. It grew out the bed. It was down in the grass. So I kept taking the watermelon and putting it in the bed, putting it back in the bed, right? I mean the watermelon vine. Then watermelon started growing on those vines. Each vine, 3 vines, 3 seeds. Each vine had about 4 watermelon on there, 4 to 6 on each vine. Right? We wasn't trying to feed the world. We was growing food for us. I thought that you had to put seeds down like carrots or tomatoes. Not that deep. You just put a little bit down there and cover it up. You know. Sausage, egg, and coffee for you? Okay. So I had 3 seeds. Gave me 3 vines. On each vine, there were 4 to 6 watermelon. When the watermelon got ripe, in each watermelon were hundreds of seeds. Hundreds of seeds. So now I used 3 seeds and got what about 12 to 18 watermelon. In each watermelon were hundreds of seeds. I got seeds right now that are viable, that they're still alive. Put them in water, the ones that float to the top, they ain't no good. The ones that they're still viable. And an endless supply of watermelon out of 3 seeds. 1 seed would have given me an infinite, endless supply. The exponential possibilities that energy has connected to spell work is connected to infinite possibilities. Every decision that you make is connected to infinite possibilities. Every decision, you could have zigged when you should have zagged. You could have went left. If you went left, this happened. If you go right, if you wait 5 minutes, this could happen. Wait 10 minutes, this, an hour later, this, that, and other. Your infinite possibilities. Magic. Real magic, again, is being able to bridge together, apply knowledge with power and precision to bring about an expected end. This is what I expect to happen, barring these other things. If there's a drought, well, if there's a drought, these things I have to do. When there was a drought, we had to water our field with the water from the well. Spookism tells you that the only way you can do spiritual work is to do it in a jar, to do it in a candle. The only way or the best way to manifest money is to blow cinnamon in your house. Yeah, you got to take care of, because you have to be what they call a husbandman. Was that husbandry? You have to take care. That's what doing the spell work is. Bringing a thing to fruition. If your intention is the seed, then there is work that is surrounding that. If your intention is to have a soup, then there are components and things surrounding it that come together to help you create the thing, to manifest the thing. When you put a seed in the ground and you're wanting watermelon or whatever the seed is, you put that thing in the ground or a pot. You have to consider what could potentially damage the thing. Then you have to anticipate that and put up parameters, guards, wards, some sort of protection in order to guard that intention seed so that you can bring it into fruition. That's what spell work is. Your job is to first, before you even put the seed in the ground, is to cultivate the ground to make sure that the ground is the best medium you need in order to generate your heart's desire. Is it fertile? It don't make any difference if you put a good seed, a viable seed, in infertile ground. You're not going to get what you want. You also need to understand, if you have a good seed and you sow it or cast it abroad and it falls, as a Bible parable about the seed and the sower, and throwing the seed on stony ground or sowing the seed out somewhere where the sun could scorch it and it won't come to fruition, or the birds eat it, right? All these things work together, right? You have to consider these things so that your heart's desire, the purpose of why you're doing a thing, can come to fruition. Spell work, you do it every freaking day. But it's knowing the properties of the things, the ingredients that you work with, the tools, the methodology. That's the wisdom. Because you can have the tools and methodology and still be in spookism, and it will not manifest for you in the way that you desire it to. This is why some of your spell work is hit and miss. Do you understand what I'm saying? Hit and miss. So you have to make sure that the ground is viable. You have to work with the right set of ingredients. You got to know the spirits that you work with. Not only do you have to know them, they have to know you. Be known. You have to be known by them. There's a story about Simon Magnus, I think that's who it was, or whomever that was in the Bible. And he was going around doing the works that the disciples was doing. And he says, I adjure you by Jesus. I adjure you by the apostles, Jesus that they know. And that spirit beat them men up and stripped them naked. Jesus I know. Was it Paul I know? Peter I know, or whatever. Jesus, who the hell are you? Remember? Understanding your spiritual laws, understanding the spirits that you work with, having a relationship with them. They know you when you call. You know them when they speak. Right? Conditioning the ground. Making sure your seed is viable. You put your seed in that ground, then the universe will do what it's supposed to do. The womb will hold or carry the information. Yes, all of these things matter. It will hold the information. Its purpose is to incubate the message, the code. What happens as a farmer? You have things that potentially could keep you from having the thing that you desire, because there are unseen forces that can be at play that can defile your seed or damage your ground. So you got to know how to manipulate and move these things around. One of the things that can damage your seed, drought. Another thing that can damage the growth of your plant, you won't get the harvest, microfeeders. What's them things called? The ones that Timon and Pumbaa be eating. Them slugs, them things. Those beetles. Right? Damage the seed. Eat the roots. Sometimes ants. While ants may aerate the ground, sometimes ants can damage the root. Grubs, thank you. Sometimes they can damage the root. Once your plant starts growing and you're getting flowers on it, while you have pollinators, flies and birds and bees, that's great. But what are the hidden dangers? Rabbits, moles, deer that could potentially eat your plant. The goat, because we had a goat. Chocolate ate up all the doggone chocolate. The goat was named Chocolate. Ate the fruit trees. They ate everything. Japanese beetles tear up your plants. You never get a flower. You don't have bees. There are no pollinators, or very few pollinators. Yeah, it was a cute name for a goat. Yeah, I think Chocolate Fountain eventually got it. I didn't eat them. Come on out of there. I'll do it. Give me two.
Let's get a popsicle.
I don't have no popsicles.
Oh, we'll see.
You talking about we gonna see? Ain't no popsicles in there.
I said, let me see.
Oh, he said, let me see. He gonna see. Get the stool. You got the stool?
Huh?
How you gonna see the popsicles in the freezer if you ain't got no stool? Hold on, y'all. You got a stool?
Oh.
How you know I got popsicles in my refrigerator? I don't. I think I got one. Anyway, so you got plants, animals that can potentially. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get him his boiled eggs and his stuff so he won't be messing with me. Right?
Oh, Grandma.
What?
Got to see this.
What you see?
A popsicle.
You see a popsicle?
Yes. It's in here already.
It's in there.
Yes.
You can have it.
Oh,
To my old grandma. Close my Frigidaire.
okay, Grandma.
You got it?
Yes.
Okay, make sure you close my Frigidaire. Well, where you going if you want me to open it?
Wait.
Yeah, boy.
Oh, wait a minute.
Oh, grandma. You got it?
Yeah.
Oh, you want to use that? Okay.
Yeah, I didn't know to get my hand cold.
You want to get your hand cold?
Yeah, I didn't know to get my hand cold.
Leave my thing alone. Hold on, y'all. Got to tend to the baby first.
The baby? Who's the baby?
You.
I'm not a baby, but I am a baby.
You're not a baby, but you ain't my baby. But you are one.
Yeah.
There you go. You got my pot holder. He is an old soul. Just old. Anyway, as we come to a close, you have to protect your investment. People who work real magic are keepers of wisdom, knowledge, in wisdom. People who practice real magic, who are integrity, don't add spookism to their magic. There are people who practice real magic, but they practice it from what they call filthy lucre in order to manipulate or gain control, and then they relegate you or put you over in spookism. But they use natural forces, spiritual law, in manipulation of your will in order to get you to do the thing that they want you to do. Yes, they practice without integrity. Will your practitioner be perfect? No. However, you can tell. Will you agree with everything that practitioners say? You shouldn't. Because practitioners are human. Not everything. Because you got your own mind. Why would you agree with everything? I saw somebody on this here clock app was talking about, and by and large, I agree. Some things I agree with. But the statement was made that a lot of the larger content creators are solely here performative, and that Spirit Source All, God, the Most High, whatever tag label, is exposing many of the content creators, large content creators, for frauds, as frauds. And one of the reasons here is that they're not on social media like they used to be, and that they are being canceled. What Big Mama said a couple of years ago, that this was going to happen. I can pull it up on Facebook now and tell you what Big Mama said. I got people talking shit about me. I don't give a fuck. I ain't perfect. But I don't care about what people say, what they think, what they believe. I got somebody who actually is actively looking through my history to find dirt on me in order to expose me. For what? Expose me as what? These content creators on here, They're not really who you think they are. You ain't who you think you are. Got nothing hidden. What I will say, though, is that most people who are doing their work, social media is a medium for people to do their work. We use social media all day, every day. We use YouTube. YouTube has gone from watching videos and stuff like that to being a search app. There is great content that people provide that's on social media. There are great content creators on social media. Does that make all social media content creators bad? No. There are there are people who practice what they practice and they're not on social media. So does that mean if a content creator is on social media and they stop being on social media, does that mean that they're now frauds? No. There are a myriad of reasons why you see the things that you see or don't see. I try not to make blanket statements about things that I don't know about. So I don't know why people do what they do because I'm not at their house and I don't know their business. You see, there are some things you know, some things you just don't know, right? Some alliances you make don't turn out to be the best alliances. Sometimes where you start off is not where you end up. Why should it be? How the hell? Everybody on this app and other apps, whether you have 10 people, 100, well, see how many you have to be seen, 1,000, whether you have 1,000 followers or whether you have 1,000,000 followers, we're all content creators. It's the same thing if you think about it. When people talk about social media celebrities, TikTok celebrities, things like that. If you think of what a celebrity is, will I follow you? Hold on. Everybody is here trying to get their message out. That's what they're here for, to get their message out. You create the icon. Once the icon is created, it creates the life of its own. It has a life of its own. Once you give birth to it, there's no telling where it's going to go. There's a lot of responsibility that goes with being watched, idolized. There's a lot of restriction that goes on with being idolized and watched. There are some people who, let's go back, celebrities. A celebrity is a regular person who was elevated to this place of icon, or who was worshipped, who was put up. That's when you take a person and you elevate them to a particular status, you cannot forget that people are people. People are going to people. On the other hand, the person that has been placed there, they cannot forget that they have a level of responsibility to the people that put them there. Cancer culture runs rampant. I mean, literally, people create and form unholy alliances, spookism, fear-mongering, and create problems for certain people. Now, there are certain people who created their own goddamn problems themselves. It's the cycle, it's the universe, it's the thing that's there. It's idol worship. I don't idol worship. I don't want to be worshipped. Respected is okay. Honored is okay. When someone honors you, I honor you, right? But then in that, you have to carry yourself in that manner that people can find honor in that. Do you make mistakes? Yeah. You sin and fall short of the glory of God? Yeah. Do you just you just who you is? Some days you have good days, some days you have bad days. Sometimes you say shit that be fucked up and you don't be meaning to, but you do. And sometimes people catch you on your bad days, on your people days, right? Sometimes you have a people moment and you make decisions that is going to be lasting, detrimental to you. We people, we do this all the time. We do it in our everyday life. You do it in your everyday life. People are always looking for a savior. Damn, I can barely save my damn self. I'm still trying to do the things I need to do in order to keep myself out of the muck and mire. I'm telling you, I don't guru. I don't icon. I don't do that. I don't idolize people. Because I know if one thing is for certain, two things are for sure. People are going to people. This is why I don't trust the people. I trust the process. Right? Yes. People will, in the midst of them assisting you, they still will fuck up their own life and fuck up other shit. Look at some of the pastors. Nobody's perfect at all. And it is unfair reality to expect somebody to be perfect. Now, there are people who have very poor integrity. There are people who have poor, waiting for the seed to bloom. There are people who have poor integrity. Just poor. Change it. You knew it because you was over here looking at you, looking at me. You know, okay. But what I'm saying to you guys is that you have to use your own wisdom, your own knowledge, right? You have to use your own discernment. You take every word the pastor say for law. You go back through that thing and see if this is correct or if it applies to you. Do you understand that there are laws and principles that apply to some people but don't apply to other people? There are all kinds of things, possibilities, right? There are foundational things, and then there are things that are on the ancillary. There are things that we can work without, and there are things that we can't work without. I mean, so much so that let me just tell you about me. Remember I talked to you guys earlier about the spirit of religion. And remember I talked to you guys earlier about spiritual psychosis. Remember what is really rubbing me is the psychosis that goes along with, and the ego that goes along with people. That's a thing. I ain't got no words. It's a thing. Okay. I have questions within my own self that I've been asking Source to help me understand. It is a very unhealthy combo. I'm trying to understand. Here's an example. I'll give you an example. I don't know where to turn or what to think. I almost so much so till I was about to say, you know what? I really quit for real. I don't want none of this spiritual stuff. I don't want none of it. I don't want none of it. I don't want none of it. Because my question is, who's right? Who's right? If you have a person that let me. You remember? It's like, okay, so everybody get, my spirit team told me thus and thus and so. I saw this thus and thus and so. People, I don't even know how to get to it. I don't know even how to explain it. I don't have enough words, I think. Because it's church. So there's a prophecy goes out for me. Says that God is going to bless me and God is going to prosper me. Yada, 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 yada. Right? This is the consistent prophecy over the years. And then, I give you another example. I give you a better example. A better one. There was a little boy who was about 3 years old, was a part of our local congregation. And he comes from a really good, strong family, faith believers, and cute little boy. And the prophetic word that went out that he was going to be a man of God and that he was going to preach the gospel and he was going to compel men and women to come to the Lord. He's going to be a mighty man of God. Well, that little 3-year-old didn't make it to 4. And unfortunately, he was killed in a car accident. It's years ago, years and years and years ago. Just saying. Where was that prophecy? Where was the prophecy? How did they get that word? Now, I will say that at his funeral, it was packed. And there were people who got saved. Was that what the person saw? Or the prophet? Was that what they saw? That the young boy, that the gospel message that he shared was really at his funeral? That he wasn't a man of God, but that at his funeral? Was that it? Where are all the prophetic words that you got? What about the readings that you got? Have they manifested? Did you get all of the things? What about when perception and interpretation? Absolutely. What about lost? You lost a lot of them, right? Haven't gotten some of them. What about when you have a dream and in your dream somebody, you believe somebody's doing something to you, malevolent or nefarious, right? That there's some nefarious workings, things happening. And you go and you search out various spiritualists and they all confirm. I hate giving vague shit. Me. How about when someone says, Mama Sunfire is doing this, Mama Sunfire is doing that, Mama Sunfire is throwing at me, Mama Sunfire is talking about me, Mama Sunfire is doing nefarious work because she came to me in a dream. No, she doing this, she doing that, she doing that. You love the game? Oh, what about them? And then what about when they go to people and get a reading and say, yeah, this is the person. that is doing this work, and this is what she looked like. Oh, that's her. That's Mama Somebody. She doing it. I even had someone to tell a person that I came to her in a dream and was trying to do bad, malevolent work on her in a dream. Thank God the person who was told it had enough sense to call me. Girl, let me tell you this. So, how do you know that that is true? You are not concerned about people. If they're not bothering you, they won't get the smoke. Yeah, I don't bother people. I don't bother people. I really don't. I don't. If I'm in your dream, baby, count it all joy. I don't know what to tell you. I don't remember leaving. I ain't had no dream about me going nowhere. I don't know nothing about it. I don't know. If you got shit going on in your household and you think I've been throwing at you and throwing at your family and your kids and whatever, I can't help you, baby, because I don't think about you enough. I don't sit and do no spell work against nobody. None of that. I don't have time to fool with buzzards. I done told you, why would I, who fly with eagles, come down and sit and play on the ground with buzzards? I don't buzzard play. I don't do that. There is nothing that I would do. So now, how is it that people believe that? Not just with me, anybody. How do you know that that is true? How do you know? Yeah, it could be justified. It could be justified. This is why I tell my students, just because it's a justifiable work, you better ask more questions. Someone could do something and it's justified in them getting their just desserts. But did you ask if you were the one to be able to do it? Did you ask if you were the one to do it, will any of that work come back on you or your children? Did you ask, is it, if you can't do the work, is there someone else that you need to work with or that would do the work for you? Is there anything that would be, just because it's justified, but do you know what spiritual court this person has or what their spiritual prowess is, or what spirits flow with them? How do you know? I'm just saying. And some people are jealous of the practitioner. They expect the practitioner to be doing something. Right. Right. How do you know? Well, I did a divination. How do you know that that is real? How? Because it doesn't lie. How do you know that you might have been lied to? Did people ask about that? Well, the spirit spoke to me. How do you know that's your spirit? Well, it's been with me all my life. How do you know that spirit that first introduced themselves when you was 5 and has been with you all your life wasn't a lie? How do you know? But how do you, even the signs, even the very signs, how do you know? See, I get so many people that come to me and swear up and down that somebody's throwing at them. They have a reason why there's some miscommunication within their lives, within their families, within their friends, within their set of folks, a miscommunication. It always inevitably is always some sort of miscommunication. Then, as life would have it, your life ebb and flow. Most of the time, it's with the decisions that you've made yourself. And as a result of that, you forget all about the decisions you made. But because you done fell out with Boo Boo the Fool, now Boo Boo the Fool the one throwing at you. And now you having a dream about Boo Boo the Fool. Somebody done told you about Boo Boo the Fool. You done went to readers, and the readers that said Boo Boo the Fool. They all this energy. This is why I told y'all in the beginning, when you have energy, it's all in the pot. You have to create a solid system that says what it is and what it ain't when you are in delusion, or when there's a possibility of it being inaccurate. You don't know. This is where codes and numbers, system structure come into place. this is how, when people have psychosis, they think that that's real, and it could be real. Have you ever met somebody that was in psychosis, whether it was church, have you ever met somebody and they had an idea about what a thing was, and in reality it was something completely different? You're like, no, it ain't happened like that. I got a relative that's in straight psychosis. She is crazy as it's best bug. She's crazy. Listen. Psychosis. She believes a spirit came to her and told her some things. Spirit probably change it. Spirit probably did come and tell her something. It could have been her imagination.
Yeah.
A manifestation of her thoughts, her beliefs about something that was a misunderstanding, and it manifested in her subconscious mind as a thing. This is why I tell people when they do dream analysis, you have got to look at the symbolism, as well as you got to look at the symbolism and then understand what it is. Is it a trickster, right? Is it a message? Is this your higher self speaking, your subconscious mind speaking? What is going on? Just because you see it in a dream, don't make it real. You have to have a system of checks and balances where you weigh things, measure things, and to see. And then you have to have the ability to manage and to wait until things are done. That's like when you make your soup. You're making a soup, or you're making a cake. That cake ain't done instantly. It's going to take time, evaluation, observation. These are the things that you do. You have to be able to step outside of yourself, ask questions. Is there anything that I need to see about me that is adding to this equation that I don't recognize or realize? What was on your mind before you went to bed? Do you know how many people have dreams about other people and believe that other people are thrown at them because they have been in disagreement or have an issue with a person, and then they have a dream about it? Do you know how many people do that? Do you know how many people throw at other people because they came in a dream and they know that they dream and I have a dream, da 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 da, unless they have a system of checks and balances to say this is that. If you go and get 50 damn readings from 50 different practitioners, you are in delusion. Your source for confirming things shouldn't only rest within the cards or the shells of a reader. You should have enough skill that once you do the work that you need to do, you go to someone to help support or to find out if you are in right standing. Okay, this is the answer that I got based on this system. Now let me look at the area outside of the thing to make sure that I can weigh it against the other for confirmation or some sort of understanding. Is there anything that I'm missing that is important in this equation that could sway my equation or skew it one way or the other? Am I in truth in this? And am I in right standing with this? Now give it time, if you can. No, the first thing people do, Johnny on the spot. Oh, I'm going to do this. Oh, I'm going to do that. Oh. How many readings do you have to have? That's like when we was in church and say, how many churches you church hopping? Why is you church hopping? Not that you can't go any other place. I'm just saying, how many times you gonna get the same word? Oh, I got the word from 5 people. Well, why was you even talking to 5 people? And what is it about your spiritual practice that you don't trust, that you got to go to 5 people outside yourself, that you don't? What? That's a red flag. There is nothing spell work can do better than going to the person that you're disgruntled with or having an issue with and talking to. There's no need for spell work when you can communicate, you can talk, you can ask questions. What's going on? I have this issue, this problem. Da, da, da. Now, I don't like confrontations just like the other people, but the first thing you do is not to throw work. People don't understand that the things that they say about people can be translated as throwing. Not just gossip, but the negative things that they say. If they get on the heliphone and they talking to Boo Boo the Fool and Shuka Wooka and all them people, and they on that heliphone and they're gossiping and then talking negatively about a person, what do you think that work is? Power of the tongue. If you have Ofo Ashe, that's power of the tongue. Change that. I don't like it. That's power of the tongue.
That's super crazy.
It's crazy.
That was super crazy.
On the heliphone. Having little side chats. Got people in groups. Oh, look what. Let's pass this picture around. Look at it. Some people don't understand that they have power in their words. They just be talking. Some people won't accept the fact that a lot of the things that they're going through is because they created it. Just for no reason. Or for reason. I mean, I'm not saying. Do y'all get what I'm saying? You have got to create a program, a protocol of checks and balances that are tried and true and proven. This is not a play for Ifa. That's not what I'm talking about. What I'm talking about is really being able to look at yourself, being able to look in the shadow. Little boy, to look into the shadows and examine yourself. If you, every time something happens and you don't look at yourself, did I do this? And how did I do this? And how did this happen? Boy, I'm getting ready to throw something at you. And you haven't looked at anything? I got a pretty face, thank you. In their mind, it's everybody else. Yeah, it's everybody else. Magic is action. We know that it's action. But what kind of action do you take in response to what stimuli? Kaden.
Yes.
Boy, don't stop bouncing on my couch. He needs a nap. He does. Let me fix him something to eat. All hearts and minds clear. I think it's important for you to study your lineage. I think it's important for you to do what's the thing called? Not spell work. Healing work, not healing work. Shadow work. This is why the 42 principles of Mayat is important. You start your day first thing in the morning. I will not do this, that, and the third. And as your day wears on, at the end of the day, when you get back to your home, I have not done this, I have not done that. And the things that you have done that were opposed to the things that you said you wasn't going to do, then you got to make restitution for that. And then the next day you go out and you try it again. You're welcome, Pookie. That's what you should be concerned about. People are concerned about the wrong things. You should be concerned about whether you are in alignment with your path, with your calling. Oh, my calling is to call out and root out a thing. That's what okay, that's fine. But have you rooted out your own life? If you're going to call that shit out on somebody else, what are you calling out about yourself? You can't possibly be the only one whose purpose it is to change other people, and you won't change your damn self. Yes, keep your own house in order. You should be able to say, you know what, I made a mistake. And you saying that should not be an everyday thing. You can't make the same mistake over and over and over again, because that means you haven't learned. or that there is a pattern that has to be changed. If we spent more time doing our work instead of being more performative, then we wouldn't have some of this discord. Every time I go through my FYP, I scroll. I told you I have purposefully begun to change my FYP. I am actively choosing the things that I want to see and the things that I don't want to see. I say I don't want to see that. I'm not interested in it, and I don't give it any life. I don't look at it. So a lot of the things that some people y'all see, I don't see. I'm not looking for it. I'm not looking for it. I don't want to participate in it. I don't want none of it. I don't want it. I don't want it because it's a distraction and I have got work to do. You have got to prioritize your purpose. Whatever your purpose is, you have got to prioritize it, and it cannot be spelled out all the time on social media. You should be doing the back work. And so if you're not on here on social media, or if you've been a content creator and you're not spending time on social media as much as you used to, is because you should be doing the back work. I have said a zillion times how much I don't want to be on TikTok or social media and how much I want to quit a zillion times. But if you have time, and this is the truth, I have a video, but every time I want to take it out of my drafts, I know if I take it out of my drafts and post it, then somebody's going to say, see, mama, somebody said, see what she said, she must be talking about G. Is she talking about me? So I just don't post it on there. True, and it's a medium, right? They need to see me. They need to see you. They need to see a root doctor. They need to see those who are here. They need to be seen by others. But I'm here to tell you guys that this bickering and fighting and gossiping, talking about live forums and all that shit, that's distraction. I don't know who made you judge and jury. Where did you get the audacity to think that you actually, this is people who have believed the illusion, believe their own hype. How did you get that much audacity? I know when people are doing, people doing bad things, folks should know there's a predator afoot. People, that's a thing. But who initiated you to be the council that decides a thing? Determine who, what, when, or where. Where did you get that audacity? Who sanctioned you to do that? Where did this come from? And then who are your leaders so that your leaders, where are they? Where'd you get that from? This is social media. This is not the tribune of the wise. What? That's not it. And then they're going to go back. Oh, let me show you all the things that Mama Sunfire has done. Let me show you all the things that these people have done. Let me show you all the things, all the things. But your house is raggedy. I know when there are things and when people are doing stuff, they ain't got no business. I get it. Yes. That's not what I'm saying. But to sit and be, I don't know what. Why, if you are so busy with trying to find out where my weaknesses are, or whether I'm not who I say I am, in the same token, you're focusing on the wrong thing and you're not who you say you are. Because if you were who you said you are, you wouldn't be searching under everything to find out who these people are. See, it's like your FYP. If you don't want these things to have life, stop giving it life. If you're going to be the council that cancels, then cancel it. Don't give it rise or platform. Choose what your FYP is going to look like. They die off. They quit. Don't give it relevance. You give it relevance. You sit and fiddle with it. You get a bunch of other people to fiddle with it. And then all of y'all, a group fucking orgy as a panel on social media. Let me tell you this. Let me talk. What? There are people that need to be healed. You got folks in your family that needs help. You got to get your bills paid. Here you are. Did you get that? Oh, how do you feel about it? We're going to have time. You know, we don't have time.
That's not becoming better.
Of course you want to read out the bad. You know, you don't want the bad. It's your response. You know, it's all of ours as one who cultivates responsibility to make sure the bad doesn't outweigh the good or eat up the good, right? Right. How do you do that? You cut it off. Man, let me tell you something. If folks talking so much cash shit about me, it don't make no sense. I ain't never seen nothing like it. I've never seen anything like it. It's mean girl, playground, mean boy, bully, like in high school, junior high school. Are you kidding me? Thank you for the birthday cake. Y'all sitting at a damn table. You can't sit at the table. Let me tell you what she did. Let me look in her background. Let me see. She said she did this. I don't see it. Well, she must have been lying. She said she'd do this. He said to do that. How do you have that much damn time? There should not be 5, 6, 7, 8 damn videos about the same person. How do you have that much time? Is there nothing else you focus on? You see a video with people talking about the same person. I know shit trends. I know it. I've seen some of the bullshit. I've seen some of it. I'm not doing that. I don't have no opinion. I had somebody in my inbox. What is your opinion on this? Not name. I don't have no opinion on it. It ain't my business. I'm not participating in that. I got this over here to do. I got grandkids. Somebody told me that I do spell work on children. What? Do spell work on children? What? Someone said I do death work. And that it came back and hit my own child because they can't find any information on my child. So my child must be dead. How do you have time for that? I heard that I've been doing spell work and throwing and causing malevolent things or malicious things or nefarious things to happen to people. It's me. I've been doing it. What? Be looking to find a reason to discredit you. Why? You should be looking to find a reason why you're doing the work. There should be a reason. While you worried about what I'm doing, you should be doing the things that I'm doing. That's what you should be doing. Minding your business. Doing the work that you've been called to do. That's what you should be doing. Mess. You're right. Mess. You don't have time for it. This is why our people in our community, we need healing. Not just in our community. I'm just concerned about our community. Okay. Other people in other communities need healing too. That's what you need to be worried about. Stay over there and do the healing work. Sweep around your own front door. Make sure that you're in alignment. How about do some healing work on your mama now, your daddy now? How about build a relationship between you and your siblings? How about restore the relationship between you and your children? How about go to work? How about that? Yeah, step out of spiritual bypassing. Again, there are some things that need to be addressed, but there is not some almighty council who created this council? And on these councils, I don't see no elders. What are elders at on the council? This is social media. You want to change your FYP? You want to change your algorithm? Then actively change it. Choose not to look at the bullshit. An elder is a loose term for some of those that call themselves that. No integrity. Yeah, there are plenty my age, older and younger, that don't have it. There are plenty of elders my age who are mean, nasty people. I know it happens. It happens. But I'm just talking about in a council. What? You the elder? You mean you the elder? And you got how many what you doing what? But you're right, Pokey. You're right. There are all kinds of reasons. And so I'm not saying this to say that I'm right. I'm just saying I'm not. I'm just saying that there are other things that we should be concentrating on. The council they put together lacks integrity and full of jealousy. I get it. Checks and balances within the community. I got it. And there's a need. So those who've been screen recording, they're going to say, Mama Sunfire said, okay, all right. Y'all was here. Y'all know. Okay. I'm not picking on anyone. I'm not talking about any elders. I'm not talking about anybody in specific or particularly. None of that. All I'm saying is that we have got to let go of the spookism, and we have got to cling to real magic. Real magic works in harmony with spiritual law, natural law and forces, energy for the purpose of healing, restoring your community, your place, and to protect. Those things are important too. But if you spend your time on the shenanigans and on buzzard work, it ain't gonna be no eagles. It's so many other things to concern themselves with than trying to attack others. Absolutely. You know those that like to screenshot and misconstrue what you say. Yeah, they do it all the time. Healing your... Root Doctor, let me tell you something. Y'all on here, Root Doctor have been hanging with me on this live for a while. Root Doctor Kai has some good content. Good content. Pokey, I think you have some pretty good content. I haven't seen your content in a minute, and that's because of how they cycle around the FYP, but I'm going to go over to your page and look at your content, watch it all the way fully, and like it and share it. There are people on here, and understand that everybody has a platform. They have a belief. The Bible teaches us that the disciples, after around, I think, was it Jesus? I don't know who the hell it was. Jesus gone. I don't know what the hell they was doing. Maybe he was there, but they was really in their ego. I'm of Paul. I'm of Apollos. I follow the doctrine of Paul. Paul is the way. I follow Peter. Peter is the way. Right? This is my brand. This is my sect over here. No. We get mad at mainstream church or mainstream religion. That there's some reasons to be mad at it, okay? But what we do is, because we are disenfranchised, disgruntled with the way things are going, and sometimes, most of the time it's because of corruption, but we turn around and start our own mad church and do the same fucking thing. There are people that are in spirituality that are disenfranchised with religion and church, Christianity specifically, and have been hurt by church members, family members who in church have been hurt, and they turn around and do the same thing. You become the same mother's board, the same council that kicked you out, that talked about you, that ostracized you, that kicked your mama out, that told you because you got pregnant out of wedlock that you can't be a problem over here, because you went to jail, because you did this. It's the same council. You're the same set of people. You're the same set of people. You're just over here in spirituality. Fighting over who has the best gifts, who can say this, who can say that, who is legitimate, who's right. I'm the gatekeeper here. I know this is right. Spookism. They literally leave religion, but keep the principles of it and force it on others. Absolutely. I can't hide on God's green earth.
But how you cup did it?
Huh? I don't get it. I don't get it. Again, I keep telling you, I keep saying this, but I'm not perfect. I try my best. I don't always do it, but I try my best to show up authentically. Will everybody like me? No. It's crazy of me to expect people to do that. Give, sing, claim, mediumship, push, spookism. Absolutely. I do my best. Do I want to be petty sometimes? Yep, because it's in me. But I try to come here and offer some sort of fun, some sort of entertainment, because life is lifing. I try to do funny videos. I try to do informative videos, but I don't do hoodoo teaching on here no more. I don't do hoodoo teaching. I don't teach white people hoodoo either. I started off doing hoodoo teaching on here, but it's too much bullshit and shenanigans. So I just decided that I'm going to, in my little section of the universe that's here on this universe, TikTok, right? I did. If you go back to my old videos, I was in it. Then I just, hey, no, it's okay. Cause y'all playing. Some people playing. I'm not playing. I'm not playing. I have been doing this is ministry. Ministry, y'all. And I try my best to show up as authentically as I possibly can. That means on good days and bad days. I might be good today, but tomorrow I might be in a stank ass attitude. But I'm tell you what, it's me. When you meet me in person, I'm the same way. I'm just as airheaded sometimes, just be lost. My ADHD get me and I'll be gone over in tangent. But hey, I come back. I find my way back. Hoodoo has been so distorted on social media, no one knows what it looks like for real. Absolutely. Yeah, it's been a while. I mean, someone actually saying, I don't see where she's been in ministry. But shit, if you go to YouTube, you'll see some videos that I had when I was doing makeup and beauty and stuff like that. I was doing makeup, but I was in ministry then. Because by and large, I kept my spirituality to myself. I wasn't out making videos. I was doing ministry, but I wasn't really out. Because I know how nasty people can be. Yeah, I made soap, skincare, hair care, body care. I did all kinds of stuff. I had my own bath and body boutique where I made all of the products. Change it, baby. I did that for you. You can go all the way back to 2000. Right, Kaden. I'll tell you, I'm going right now to my YouTube page right now. I'm going all the way back. Hold on. Go back to my very first video. See if I can find it right quick. I know there's a quicker way for me to do it, but you have to go back in the back office. Hold on a minute. Okay, I'm on 12 years. Hold on. Hold on. 13 years ago. 14 years ago. Okay, my first video that I ever posted on YouTube was old fuzzy fucked up video, messed up video. It was 15 years ago. The second video was about eyeshadow and eye color, skin type, the difference between essential oils and fragrances, questions about products that I make, soaps, lavenders, random videos, the Mind Beauty Connection, 14 years, don't worry about not knowing everything, soap making, and on and on and on. When I started making those videos, I was already in active ministry. As a matter of fact, I started as one who made anointing oils in church, in ministry. So just only 15 years ago, just posting on YouTube. Just posting. And do you think that people who post things on social media, most of the time that's just when they started? I got certificates on my wall. May 21st, May 2001, the 27th, my ordination. May. My anniversary just passed. 25 years. But I was doing ministry before I was ordained. Before. So when people be looking to find something negative about you so that they can talk about you, so that they can sway other people to say shit about you and to be on their bandwagon, be careful. Because you don't know the true motivation of why people do what they do. And there may be some shit that they say about you that's fucking true. Yes, I did that. Yes, she did that. Yes, he did that. Yes, there were things. Everybody's got a testimony. Everybody's got a story. good, bad, or indifferent. We all got stories. But at the end of the day, if you preoccupy yourself with trying to figure out who's right, who's wrong, why are you looking to an individual to tell you what's right or wrong? You should be able to discern yourself what is right and divide through the system that you have created for yourself. Can you listen to other people? Can other people share things, wisdom with? Yes. Hear what they have to say. Examine what it is that they say. Take take the sweet, the good part, the meat, and throw out the bones and keep moving. But no, many people want to create saviors. They want saviors. They don't want to do the work themselves. They want to sit and wait for you to say something off of your glorious tongue so they can eat it up. Because they don't want to do the work. Yes, you're the gateway. Look inside yourself. Yes, they want to be rescued. Then, if you dare to say or do things or your humanity or do something wrong, shit. Now, mind you, depends on the shit that you're doing. Okay, I'm not saying that. Yeah, they're looking for profits. Now, I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that they look for reasons to discredit you. Y'all remember when I told y'all the other day that even Jesus had a Judas, and you better look for the Judas, expect the Judas to be there. You're gonna have it. Judas serves a purpose. There has to be. There has to be a Judas. Because we're all called to Christ consciousness. There's a Judas in your life. There's a Judas at your job. There's a Judas at your school. There's a Judas in your family. It's the contrary. Law of polarities. Thank you. It's the contrary. It's the opposite. It's the contrast. I don't know, whatever ritual you want to do. Many of them are wolves in sheep clothing. Y'all hear him? What is it? What you looking at? Yes, for every good thing, there is a negative thing. Based on the story, based on the biblical story, though. That's because he watches No, he ain't fall asleep, chair. Just based on the biblical stories that we think we know, right? Because that's even out of context. I got a book on Judas. Who was Judas Iscariot, really? Okay. But based on what we know and what we understand, manipulation, opportunistic, right? Untrustworthy or hides, disloyal, self-serving. That's what we believe, right? But are you in a new shop? Nope. This is my same space. And they're always close to you. Okay? It's always. Hidden agenda. It's always something. So, grandmama say, if they lied on Jesus, they'll lie on you. They persecute Jesus, they'll persecute you. It's the nature. I did a sermon a long time ago. Well, I started a study a long time ago when I was in church. And the study was rebellion between Malachi and Matthew. How did we get a Jesus? Rebellion between Malachi and Matthew. And you will know when someone is placed in your universe, in your atmosphere, right? Within your energetic field, whether it's your intimate with family or this universal atmosphere here, which is social media. You'll know when someone has been called to be a savior, Christ conscious teacher, prophet. You'll know because there will be characteristics, right, that will distinguish the person as such. Right? There will be direct characteristics, and then there will be the indirect characteristics. For you to know, usually, if there is someone who carries the message, the good news, the energy of healing, restoration, right? You'll know that person. Thank you so much, Miss Daphne. You'll know because this person will walk outside of the norm. They think a little differently. They're not a follower. They have their own opinions about things. Now, I'm not talking about, one of them Jim Jones. That's not what I'm talking about. That's not what I'm talking about. But they'll have words that pierce your being. They'll drop nuggets in your spirit that you can walk with. They'll speak to things in your life that you didn't share. Yeah, not like people like him, that you didn't share. They will be able to teach you something that you didn't know you needed. Right? There'll be something about a person. And it could be short-lived. It doesn't have to be a long period of time.
The boiled eggs.
Oh, Lord, he didn't clap his hand and told me to cook the boiling eggs. Okay. You clap at me one more time, you'll be in the room.
But you can cook the boiled eggs.
Yes, you can cook the boiled eggs. You know how to do it. Okay, I'm going to go do it because he's ready for me to get off, and I can get off. I can say that spirit is lifted. But you will know. Okay? You will know. One of the ways that you'll know is the stories around them too. You'll also know them. Yeah, he told me. You also know them because you will see people always trying to discredit them. Now, this is not to say. This is not to say, okay, now, there's a fine line, y'all. There's a fine line. So I'm going to say, this is not to say, y'all know what I mean. There are some people that are wolves in sheep's clothing, okay? But what you have to know is, here are the things. A person who not elevates you, but speak life into you, people who challenge you to do better, you'll notice also that there will be smear campaign, there'll be lying witnesses, there'll be a council, there'll be a trial, and then there'll be an execution. Then, after all of that, there'll be a time where they disappear. Then they'll come back. But you have to be careful because there are, what do you call them? Ones who look like them, but it's not them. Do you understand what I mean? Be ones that look like them. What's the word I'm trying to say? Imposters, mimics. Thank you. But you'll know. You will know. and understand that that person that speaks into your life can speak into your life for a very short period of time. They don't have to stay there long time. You get the message and you're able to grow by it and go on about your business. Somebody can have that Christ consciousness for you that pour into you, and then you get that nugget and you gone. That person then can go on and do any and every other thing and can be a whole bogus ass. But for that season, seasonal people, yes, for that season, for that moment, for that time, they were your salvation. They were the catalyst that started you on your way. They're going about their business. The whole premise of what I'm saying is stop creating permanent people in your life with gurus. Permanency. Stop it. Take the message that you're supposed to get, grow by it, and go. Apply it so that you can grow. That's the whole purpose. Does this mean that you can't have people that you connect with for a long period of time? It's all seasonal to me. But, there are people that you're connected to for what seems like a lifetime. But Grandma, you say people in your life for a reason, a season, a lifetime. This is the season that you're in. You'll meet different gurus. You'll meet different people. But don't elevate them to a place where they need to be as your salvation and your savior. You'll get your feelings hurt. That's my point. You'll get your feelings hurt. Hey, K-May. Let them be what it is they need to be. Drop that information. You take that nugget. You might have to dust some of that off as it fell in the dirt. You got that. Pew. You also learn what not to be, what not to do when you're connected to people. Oh, I thought that this person had this kind of, acumen. They were this smart and they had all this together. And I found out when I got close to them that they don't really have the thing that I thought they have, or they don't live up to what my expectation is. What is it that you learn from this lesson? What did you learn from that relationship? How do you take that experience and grow and go on? That's what you're supposed to be doing. Not sitting around having tete-a-tetes, doggone meetings of the minds about shit. Get your ass on somewhere and do the work that you've been called to do. That's what you're supposed to do. And let people be who they be. Cut it off and cut it out. They show up their best self, and then the real them shows. Absolutely, it happens all the time. So that this is why you got to watch. This is why you're supposed to be the one who is tending to the field, the plants and stuff. When there is an invader or something, and you set up parameters and things for it. I'm gonna throw something at you. If you don't go over there and sit down, I'm getting ready to go do it right now. What your mama done told you about that. Sit down. Thank you. All right. I'm fixing to go. Love y'all. I will talk to y'all later. I'm going to make some boiled eggs and some sausage. So he leave me alone. May I ask what the statue is behind you? Which one? What statue? Which one? The brown one. This one? That one right there? Or that one with the orange on? So I got two brown ones. That one? Which one? You say, yes, ma'am. I don't know which one. The one with the orange on, say orange, or you say the brown. This is a wooden one, and this is a doll. The one behind the plant. Okay, that one. It's a goddess. It's a fertility. The wooden one. Yeah, it's a fertility. Oh, we're talking about this one right here. Yes, that's what that is. It symbolizes the mother feminine energy. Because it's pregnant. You can't see it. It's pregnant. All right. I love y'all. Peace and blessings. Y'all be good. Go and be great. Don't preoccupy yourself with buzzard work. Go ahead and soar and be like an eagle. Okay. I love y'all. Appreciate y'all. I'm glad y'all sat here with me. Bye-bye. Bye, K-May.